Good evening, members, and welcome to those present, including members of the public and the press. Before we begin, I would like to go over the usual housekeeping rules. There's no fire drills planned for this evening, so if there is a fire alarm, please leave the building by the nearest exit and assemble in Queen Gardens at the front of the building. Please do not re-enter the building until you've been advised to do so. Please ensure your mobiles are switched off and set to silent. I welcome those joining us in the public gallery. I would ask them to follow any guidance and instructions given by anyone seated at the top table. The council meeting has been recorded, and the recording will be available on the Borough Council's website. I would like to remind members that the standards of behaviour for meetings set out in council standing orders apply. And as usual, we have a set of protocols about speaking during this meeting. No member should speak until invited to do so. And if you wish to speak, please could I ask you to raise and keep your hands high until you have been acknowledged. Please would all members in the room use their microphones whenever they speak to us. Without them, anybody watching online will not be able to hear you. To use the microphones, please press the button at the front and centre when you are invited to speak, and wait for a moment for the light on your microphone to come on. Please remember to turn your microphone off once you have finished. Members, in the interest of managing the meeting, please do not approach anybody seated at the top table for advice without first gaining agreement. Should you wish to do so, please raise your hand high. Please could I ask at the end of the meeting to make sure that all your belongings and litter are taken with you. We will now commence the business for this evening. Please turn to the first agenda, the special council meeting. Agenda 1. Turning to the agenda, now members, and starting with agenda 1 item, I have received apologies from Councillors Chamberlain and Simpson. Do we have any further apologies? Councillor Tack?
Councillor Turnock.
Thank you. Agenda 2. Agenda 2, declaration of interests. The next agenda item is number 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members or officers in relation to items of business on this agenda? Councillor Gullis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to declare an interest, which I've already declared both in Cabinet and in writing through the Register of Interests, regarding the agenda item 6, the local plan. This is in relation to the fact that I'm an employee, a part-time employee, under the guise as a senior advisor for 5654 and Company. This is a corporate affair firm, so one of whom our clients is Endurant. This is relatable to the meeting because Endurant are one of the site owners when it comes to the local plan, specifically AB2 in the Audley ward. Having engaged relentlessly and directly with the monitoring officer, having my own employer directly engaged with the council, having informed both in writing and verbally at the earliest opportunity dating back to the 13th of May 2026 after the election about this declaration of interest, the monitoring officer was happy that I would still be able to put myself forward to lead on this particular motion and take part in the vote. However, in order to make sure this council can never be brought into disrepute, to make sure that no one could ever determine that I somehow am swayed any way, I will be, just so you know, Mr. Mayor, removing myself from the room during this motion and not taking part in any vote as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Downs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just also would like to declare interest, like many others who live in the ward of Newchapel, Harrisey Head and Mowcop, I live in close proximity to item 6, which is going to be discussed on the agenda today, and specifically NC13. So I just wanted to declare that.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in the interests of transparency, under item 6, I am an employee of the Harper and Keele Vet School, which is a joint venture sponsored by Keele University and Harper Adams University, but I will gain no pecuniary interest from any decisions around the local plan, so I will intend to vote. And also on the motion regarding green spaces, both my children attend Madeley High School.
Thank you very much.
Are we discussing the right agenda? I thought it was the Alderman one.
We're noting the declarations of interest.
Yeah, but there's a declaration of interest for each meeting, I believe.
Thank you, Councillor Easton. The declarations of interest that have just been declared, we will take as declarations for the substantive agenda, which follows the appointments of the Alderman through the special agenda now.
Can you please turn to page 3 of your special council agenda? The special meeting has been called to ask the council to consider passing a resolution granting honorary alderman status to 11 former borough councillors as detailed in the report. The nominations are David Allport, Gillian Burney Faulkner, Sylvia Diamond, Trevor Johnson, Paul Northcott, Michael Stubbs, Stephen Sweeney, Paul Waring, Ian Wilkes, Jill Williams and John Williams. On this item, I intend to limit the number of speakers to the group leaders. I invite Councillor Jonathan Gullis to move the nominations and to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move the nominations and to add a few words in particular to a couple of, well, former colleagues now I'm in Reform UK. That's Gillian Burnett Faulkner and Paul Waring, two dedicated, hard-working, passionate local advocates for the community across Kidsgrove Parish who have fought for the area tiresomely. Councillor Burnett Faulkner's huge success in leading the charge when it came to getting Kidsgrove Sports Centre refurbished and reopened, in which I was able to work with her as the member of Parliament in that period of time, alongside Councillor Tagg, was a great achievement to make sure that the community had that important asset. And Councillor Waring, for the time that he spent during that period where he was working hard with Go Kidsgrove, a local group, to grow the businesses within our community. But I would also like to give a shout out, because even though we've had our political twos and fros, I do consider them to be very decent, hard-working and dedicated councillors. That is particular Councillor Sylvia Diamond and Michael Stubbs. These are two people that have fought tirelessly for the area. Sylvia's work on the memorial garden to one of our fine heroes is something that we should never, ever be taken for granted. And Mike did a good job of always holding me to account, annoying me with some of his letters and Facebook posts, but certainly kept me honest during my time as member of Parliament. I know he won't let up now as the chair in Kidsgrove Parish Council either, and keeping me accountable as well. But these are very worthy, noble people, as are everyone on the list tonight, and I congratulate them all for their years of dedicated public service.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. I will call upon Councillor Simon Tagg to second the nominations and to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It gives me pleasure to second the nominations and also to completely agree with the comments of the Leader of the Council on the names he's recognised. I think if you add these all together, if they had only done 12 years service, it'd be 132 years of service on the council. But I know, because by speaking, and I knew before, but I've got the years now, 33 years, I believe, for Councillor Mrs Williams and 30 years for Councillor Williams. So congratulations. So we'll give them a clap, I think. Would say a life sentence is shorter, but I think it's not the case of a life sentence when you're a councillor in this borough. I think it's an honour, isn't it? It's an enjoyment as well, even though we're on hot nights with big issues to discuss. I think it's a real credit to the people who are on this list, and I would personally like to say thank you to Councillor Stephen Sweeney, who was my deputy leader for a number of years as well, who's getting an award, and also to Trevor Johnson, who was a cabinet member, and anybody else on that list. I think they're all worthy recipients of this award. And Paul Northcote, shouldn't forget Paul Northcote as well, who was a cabinet member as well and chair of planning for a number of years. And also to those Labour members such as Mike Stubbs as well, thorn in the side as a councillor in the opposition, but also spent a year as leader of this council, which should be a credit to you as well to be leader as well of this council. So happy to second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tagg. I now invite Councillor David Jones to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start by associating myself with the comments of the previous speaker and agree entirely with the sentiment. We have across here a selection of members who not only are recognised for their long service, but also for what they have achieved, not just on the council, and we've heard about their achievements also outside the council with their work within their wards. And I am very sorry to see all of these councillors no longer part of this council. But we do have a number tonight, and I think it's only right that I single out a few from that group here tonight. And we've heard of Sylvia Diamond, who has been an absolute champion for her ward over the years. Incredibly hardworking, always one to badger us when we're in opposition and when we're in administration to make sure she got the best for her residents. And I'm very sorry not to have her as a member of my group anymore. Ian Wilkes served as Chair of Health and Wellbeing during the difficult times we had with Wally's Quarry, and did a really great job of making sure that all members were able to get their voices heard, and that was heard clear and loud. Stephen Sweeney, I'm not entirely sure whether you'll take this quite appropriately, but with Stephen, he always spoke his mind, and I absolutely respect you for that, sometimes to your detriment. But I respect that you were always open and transparent with us, and that you were clear, and that there was no ambiguity. Mike, who was a very close colleague for a number of years, who took over leadership of this council during a really difficult time. Normally leaders or new leaders of councils come about after winning an election, and Mike took over after the previous leader of the council lost their seat. And it was a challenging time, and I applaud Mike for his hard work on that, and also his hard work since then, holding the administration to account over finance. John Williams has always been somebody that I absolutely look up to, relying on his experience. 31 years continually elected is something that I think many of us can only dream of, that type of situation, but demonstrates what a voice he was for his residents, and certainly a voice within this council chamber that we will clearly miss. And Jill, I think I haven't left you for last for any particular reason other than I absolutely respect Jill's ability, like Stephen, to speak her mind, but to do so forcefully. And there was a moment, and I think this really sums Jill up, when they first came in earlier on to sit down, and it said row reserved, and somebody said, who's it reserved for? And Jill just sat down. And I think that sums you up, Jill. You won't take any nonsense. You won't suffer fools gladly. And I really do miss your input, particularly in group meetings, in holding us in check. So I entirely endorse these recommendations, and I look forward to the ceremony, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We will now move to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. It is my very pleasant duty to announce that David Allport, Gillian Burnett-Faulkner, Sylvia Diamond, Trevor Johnson, Paul Northcote, Mike Stubbs, Stephen Sweeney, Paul Waring, Ian Wilkes, Jill Williams, and John Williams are duly appointed to the honorary alderman of this borough. Arrangements will be made for an event to be held here at Castle House in the autumn, at which certificates will be formally presented and invitations will be sent out in due course. That concludes the business of this special meeting. We now move on to the agenda for the ordinary full council meeting. I would remind members and all those present of the housekeeping rules which are referred to in the special council meeting, and that these apply to this meeting too. Agenda item 1, apologies. Members, the first item on the agenda is apologies, and they were recorded at the start of this special meeting, so we can move on to item 2. The next agenda is number 2, declarations of interest.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question of you, which is that I believe the full council meeting is scheduled for 7:30 in terms of recording. Where does that leave people who were going to come in at 7:30 at this regard? I appreciate and welcome the wish to move with celerity in this point, but I just rather worry about the way we publish these things. I don't know if we can have a ruling on that.
I believe it states upon conclusion of the special council meeting.
Nevertheless, Mr. Mayor, I mean, looking at the agenda, it actually says Council Wednesday, the 8th of July, 7:30 p.m., which is an unfortunate contradiction.
That's been noted and we can carry on, I believe. Are there any declarations of interest from Councillor Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a declaration of interest to make under one of the motions at item 10 relating to the Local Government Association. In my previous roles as a scrutiny chair and as a cabinet member on this authority, I have benefited from the training and guidance given by the LGA, and I hope that does not preclude me from participating and voting on that item. Thank you.
That's noted, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to make the same declaration of interest as Councillor Holland.
Councillor Hutchinson.
I'd like to make the same declaration of interest as Councillor Holland.
Councillor Heeson.
I'd like to make the same declaration as Councillor Holland.
Councillor Swain.
I make the same declaration, please.
Councillor Wheeldon.
I'd like to make the same declaration.
Councillor Toggle, like the same declarations.
Yeah. Councillor Beeston.
I declare the same interest as the previous person.
Councillor Benton Smith.
I wish to make the same declaration as Councillor Holland and the others. Thank you.
Councillor Sedgley.
I also wish to make the same declaration made by Councillor Holland.
I wish to make the same declaration as the other councillors. I also wish to make the same declaration. Thank you.
Are there any more? Councillor Tagg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make the same declaration as my colleagues and just point out it's for attending training sessions organised by the LGA, courtesy of the LGA membership. I'd also like to go further and declare that I do mentoring for the LGA on behalf of the Conservative group, and also part of a committee system down there, as again appointed by the Conservative group, but that is as per my membership of the Conservative group, which comes also from the county council, being the county councillor. So the decision today, whether it was to be for or against the LGA, doesn't affect my role on that.
Agenda item 3, members, is to approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 20th of May 2026. You will find those minutes on pages 5 to 12 of your agenda. Can the minutes please be agreed? Councillor Wheeldon?
Wait. If I just look at point 15 on the minutes, one of the points I raised when I was part of the original group redoing the constitution was that could we have a timescale for the implementation of the recommendations, and the then monitoring officer assured me that he would do that at the last council meeting. He also then assured me again that it would happen. I just wonder where that fits into things, whether it needs to be tagged onto a special agenda item, or will somebody deal with it?
We will bring in a detailed agenda to this on the September meeting. The item on the Constitution confirms that. My civic service will be held at St Giles Church on Sunday the 26th of July. If you are able, please let Jeff Durham know if you have not already done so. Thank you. Members, we now turn to the next item of business on this evening's agenda, which updates to the Council Constitution. A copy of the report can be found on pages 13 to 18 and of your agenda, and there is also an amendment to the report proposed by Councillor Gullis and seconded by Councillor Rogerson, which can be found on page 19 of your agenda. Any amendment to this motion has been proposed by Councillor Holland and seconded by Councillor Simon Tagg. A copy of the amendment can be found on pages 21 to 23 of your agenda. We will hear from the proposer and the seconder of the original motion first, and then the proposer and the seconder of the amendment will be invited to speak. Councillor Gullis, would you like to speak on your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our constitution is the rule book by which this council operates. It has to comply with the law, and it has to reflect how modern council should work. It cannot be left to gather dust, and the changes before us tonight are about clarity, efficiency, and accountability. Take decision making. Where the law allows it, functions will sit with the executive, because the public elected this new administration to form a cabinet to lead and deliver, while our communities rightly scrutinise, challenge and hold that cabinet to account. And where large sums of public money are at stake, any dismissal or redundancy package over £100,000, including pension costs, well, that decision will now get dedicated expert scrutiny from the Audit and Standards Committee. We're also making full council itself work harder for residents. Today, a cabinet or committee motion can be waved off to another meeting without a single word or debate here, unless the mayor personally intervenes. Removing Rule 4.11 ends that. For the public, we are doubling the total time available for public questions at this council from 15 minutes to 30, with a guaranteed written answer if we can't get through them all. If we want to be direct about one change, the planning committee provisions. These are not our choosing. They are imposed on every council in England by the Town and Country Planning Discharge of Local Planning Authority Functions Regulations 2026, which hand most decisions to officers. This council must comply with the law, but Reform UK believes local elected councillors should have the strongest possible voice over what gets built in their communities, and where the regulations still allow a referral, we will use it. The public interest test for code of conduct complaints. Serious misconduct must always be investigated properly, but officer time is paid for by residents' taxes, and it should not be swallowed up by vexatious or politically motivated complaints designed to score points rather than serve the public. With regard to the amendment, this has been added because committees of this council should be serious bodies of governance, scrutiny and accountability, not a revolving door where members can be swapped in and out depending on convenience. When a councillor is appointed to a committee, they take on a responsibility. They are expected to attend, read the papers, understand the issues, follow the debate over time and be accountable for the decisions they make. That is especially important on committees dealing with complex, sensitive or quasi-judicial matters, such as planning, licensing, audit, standards and scrutiny. These are not meetings where people should simply be parachuted in at the last minute. They require continuity, preparation and proper understanding. Substitutes may sound practical on paper, but they risk weakening the quality of decision making. A substitute may not have followed the issues over previous meetings. They may not know what commitments have already been made, what officers have previously advised, or what questions have already been answered. It also risks blurring accountability. Residents should know who sits on a committee, who is responsible for attending, and who is taking decisions on their behalf. The answer to poor attendance should not be to create a system that masks it. The answer should be to appoint members who are committed to doing the job properly. Our amendment is about protecting public confidence, is about saying that committee membership matters, is about ensuring decisions are made by councillors who are trained, prepared, consistent and accountable. Taken all together, Mr Mayor, these changes make this council clearer, more efficient and more accountable to the people we serve, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gollis. Councillor Rogerson, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I would second the motion. I'd like to also say that I will not repeat every point that the leaders mentioned here, but the principle matters. A council constitution is not just a rule book. It is how democratic authority is exercised. Accountability is secured and residents can trust that decisions are made openly and lawfully. These amendments are measures attempt to keep our arrangements clear, effective and fit for the purpose. The executive must be able to lead and deliver where the law permits, while scrutiny and audit must remain strong, especially where significant public money is involved. I also welcome the stronger role for the Chamber and the additional time for public questions. Residents should have a meaningful opportunity to raise concerns and matters of genuine significance should be debated in public. On planning, we must comply with the national framework, which places more decisions with officers, but where lawful discretion remains, elected members must still have the voice to legitimate local concerns. On standards, complaints, serious matters must be handled fairly and transparently. The process should remain proportionate and not be diverted by complaints that are plainly political, vexatious, or without wider public value. In my view, these changes strengthen accountability, support effective decision-making, and improve public participation. For those reasons, I support the recommendations. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. Councillor Holland, would you like to propose your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This week we celebrate the 250th birthday of that great nation, the United States of America. Ronald Reagan, in his farewell presidential address, reminded us that the Constitution of the United States gave the world the revolutionary gift of a founding document that begins by declaring, "We the people." In the shining city on the hill, the people tell the government what it can do. It doesn't tell us. How unfortunately remote we are from our friends over the sea, that not only are we debating from the principle tonight that our citizens' rights are for us to enumerate, but also that it is appropriate this week of all weeks to be stripping power away from them. It is doubly unfortunate that members of the public who have joined us tonight are exposed to the sad fact that of all of the important items on tonight's agenda, the administration has given this report top billing. The first priority of the new Reform Party leadership is to make it more difficult for petitioners to get a full hearing here at the council, to make it more difficult for ordinary people to ask questions of the executive in a public forum, and to make it more difficult for the administration to be held accountable by elected members. My group opposes on principle the measures in the report that impede democratic accountability, and we propose striking them out. We are open to reform of the petition scheme, but it is far from clear to us that the scheme is broken, and we would therefore ask the leader to justify his proposed changes before securing council assent for them. The amendment therefore calls for a working group to consider the necessity and consequences of all of the restrictions that the leader is seeking to place on residents of our borough. Lastly, we recognise that the constitutional changes to the planning scheme of delegation are required by law and cannot be stopped by us tonight. But the leader has made very clear that he is willing to stand up to the government on other issues. We urge him to take up his sword on our behalf and fight against what is yet another attack on our local democracy by a national government that wants to wreck local councils. I commend the amendment to the council. I remind the leader that it is open to him if he chooses to adopt any or all of this without a vote, as they have adopted their own amendment just a moment ago. And I ask all councillors to consider, why should it be more difficult for the public to petition us or question our leaders? Why should more important executive decisions be made with less transparency? Why should councillors who represent this authority on outside bodies not have to report back to us on how the interests of this borough and its residents are being advanced? And why should it be made harder for councillors to ask questions at meetings? It is disappointing to me that the administration's first paper at the first ordinary meeting of its term seeks to do so many things to protect and privilege the establishment over and above the people we were elected to represent. Thank you, Councillor Gullis. I urge him to change course. I urge them to show some of the iconoclastic people-first zeal that was promised to electors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Simon Tagg, would you like to second the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly would, but I'd like to reserve my right to speak until later in the debate on the amendment.
Councillor Gullis, do you consent to the amendment?
The Conservative amendment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
No, we do not consent.
Councillor Rogerson, do you consent to the amendment?
Apologies, Chair, no.
The amended motion Members, there is no agreement to amend the original motion, so we must now debate and take a vote on whether or not to amend the original motion. Do any members wish to speak on the proposed amendment? Councillor Fair. Councillor Fair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is I do this with great sadness. It astounds me, frankly, that we've heard from the Leader of Council that various forms from the national government have been imposed on planning, and I agree entirely that these are wrong. That we should have local decision making on matters that affect local people. However, the Leader of the Council then completely pulls the rug from under his own feet, a tremendous effect, by proposing a whole series of things which closes down local debate on local motions. We find it harder to make petitions. We find it harder for members of the public to make representations to this committee. We find it harder for this full council to make decisions on important matters. Here we see, frankly, rank hypocrisy. We're saying one thing on the one hand to the national government, and Mr. Stephen Reid is going to turn back and say, I'm terribly sorry, but actually we're only doing at a national level what you're doing at a local level. Reform, we're told, was elected to make things more accountable. What these reforms are, which as our previous meeting, the Leader of the Council said he was writing them himself, have brought about, is to make, in fact, the executive less accountable, more authoritarian. And frankly, I cannot see how those two things, the seconder of the amendment, he's talking about making this sort of stuff like this way. It's no use burbling. It's in there in black and white. There are fewer decisions that this council will make. It is harder for people to speak. And that is a simple fact. If you vote for this, you are voting for restricting accountability. That is what that's about. And frankly, we are seeing here the beginning of, sadly, a form of grotesque hypocrisy. I urge everyone, I urge the people on the left-hand side of me here to look into themselves, what they were voted for. Can they actually vote for less accountability? Because that is what this motion is about. This is what this amendment is trying to stop.
Councillor Wheeldon.
It seems to be quite vogue to stand occasionally, so I thought I would. Excuse me. Perhaps we could all have the same right of audience and right to speak with quietness so that the audience can also... One of the things that concerns me is vagaries. Things that aren't clear. Let's do this, let's do that. Why? Justify it. Any woman who has to buy for the household will, if she's spending too much, have to justify it. Women are good with purse strings. Any man who wants a new car, he'll justify wants a new car. This seems to have been a unilateral decision, and it's probably more worthy of Putin or the Donald than actually the leader of this local council. One of the things it says is we can now only have 3 minutes to, and this is for the benefit of the audience here and also those who will be watching the video later. We can have 3 minutes to talk. We can only ask 2 questions. If I remind everyone, well, I'm reminding myself as well, when I first became a councillor, I was told 2 things, and we all had, new councillors, we all had mentors. One was, beware of what you vote for. And I was never told which way to vote, ever. Beware of what you vote for because you are playing with other people's money, taxpayers' money. Council tax is not our money. We have to justify it to you. This actually stops us representing you. It actually says, in fact, the leader said, power should lie with the executive. No, power lies with you and anyone listening. The electorate, those who voted us in, and I take that to heart. I represent my tribe, my ward of Thistlebury. They tell me what they want me to sort of bring up, and I try and represent them. Not the executive, not the people who sit and suck the teeth in a little room and decide, let's do this, let's do that. This is wrong. They are limiting your rights. They're actually putting our hands in handcuffs so we cannot represent you. This is wrong, fundamentally wrong.
Councillor Frew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make a couple of small points here, but very important for small communities, such as in the ward I represent. There are restrictions placed on petitions of smaller numbers between 5 and 100. Now, there are many communities which are well below 100 people where there may be issues which are extremely important and deserve a full hearing at this council. So I would like that looked into as part of what Councillor Holland has proposed as a task force, which I hope everybody will agree with. The second is that there seems to be, and I may be completely wrong here and have missed it, a bit of a lacuna that it talks about in 1.2.4 and 1.2.5, a petition between 5 and 100 valid signatures, and says what that happens, and then 1.2.4, 250. There's nothing between 101 and 249. So that, to me, unless I'm missing something, I think needs looking at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few points. Looking through this, I do sympathise with the authors of the amendment on the measures that they have taken that they want to see changed. However, there are a couple of things that, well, one thing in particular that hasn't been mentioned, or two things that I do feel also are a matter for concern. Under 1.4.2, the Employment Committee, I understand the reasoning behind it. However, I do have concerns about appeals being delegated to the Chief Executive, not directly accusing Mr. Mole of anything. However, I think it's very difficult for the Chief Executive to remain impartial in many complaints that get to that stage. And without an appropriate framework in place, I do wonder if that change is going to be entirely ACAS compliant. And what I would hate to see is this authority being taken through employment tribunals that could have been avoided by looking at this and having a clear framework in place. So whilst that remains, I'm afraid I'd be unable to support the changes to the Constitution, though I would be prepared if that was to be delayed while suitable guidance can be sought around compliance of that and also the framework associated with it. My second concern is around the questions timeframe. There has been a change, and I understand, or I can understand the reason for that. And I will say something, as I previously said to the former administration when, whilst we've been in opposition, that where the administration does something that I agree with, or we agree with, we will intentionally point that out and be clear and support that. And I will thank the leader of the council for making the council papers available in good time for councillors to read. That's something that we've criticised for a number of years, and it's been an element of consternation for us, and I will applaud him for that. However, my concern over the time frame of questions is that for questions that need to be submitted before the papers are available, particularly for the public, they'll be unaware of the matters to be debated at council, and therefore it seems that perhaps shortening that time frame to give them opportunity to read the papers first and then be able to submit a question rather than hold on to the next council meeting when it comes about, which could be 4 to 6 months later, I think would be more appropriate. I will also say at this point, I entirely support the comments that have been made about changes to the planning framework. I do also agree that planning decisions are best made when they're made by those closest to the impact and when they're made by democratically elected councillors. And I do feel that that change is of detriment to local councils. I can understand why that change has come about due to councils that are that have constantly rejected applications and then on appeal those applications being overturned. But this authority doesn't have that record. This authority has a strong record of making good planning decisions. And therefore I would support an argument to government to say that this one size fits all for each council, regardless of planning performance, is wrong. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Are there any more questions? Councillor Tagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I use my right as obviously as seconder of the motion, the amendment put forward to the motion. I think it's been a good debate so far. I think some proper views have been aired from our side. Haven't really heard much from the other side here, but I think the heart of this debate is a simple question. Do we want a constitution that encourages public participation, openness and democratic accountability? One that makes it harder for residents and councillors to hold decision makers to account, the executive? We in the Conservative Group are concerned with several of these proposals outlined by Councillor Holland and a change of direction in this council away from that constitutional accountability to less so. And I think that needs to be aired, debated and voted on. That's why we put the amendment forward today. And I think that the route forward, as has been said, I think by a number of members, including the leader of the Labour group there, is this all-party advisory group would be a sensible move forward and a way in which to air the views of the Constitution and get member support before we bring something back. I think why is the rush to do that in this first meeting today, which of course Councillor Holland mentioned when he first spoke. I think also I'll say my bit about the planning changes. Of course, this national scheme of delegation and planning is out of our hands and set by the government. When we discuss the local plan later, a lot of that was put forward has been put forward by governments in the past, the last government and the government before, that just tied the hands of this local council on housing figures, on the way we make plans, etc. And there'll be more of that later, I suppose. But I think the leader of the council, to his credit, has taken the bit between his teeth, and even more than I did, writing to government to try and put the case forward for change. And I'd like to see, even if he doesn't support this amendment today, that he takes on board the fact of writing a letter to the Secretary of State relating to these changes to local planning arrangements in our borough, that we want local accountability of planning as much as we can, and we're going to lose that because of this government, this Labour government. So I'm not going to say any more. I think the only thing I will say, though, sorry, is nobody's really responded to the removal of the subs. Now, when this first was brought in, it was brought in by the Labour administration many years ago. I was very sceptical of it. I had some of the views which Councillor Gullis has put forward now, but over the years I've seen the benefit of that, and I particularly see the benefit in areas such as licensing and public protection subcommittees. And if this is scrapped tonight, we'll be watching very closely attendance of the reform group at subcommittees, because that has already become a problem, and Conservative members who are having to sub in and actually be a majority on some of these committees, which is completely wrong when it's a reform-run council. So we'll be watching that very closely, and perhaps the leader should reflect upon that as well. I'll just have my final say about the 10 days for questions. I agree completely with what Councillor Jones has said, and I think we have the agenda published, we can scrutinise the agenda, and then we can obviously ask more written questions on other subjects that may not be included, or more detailed ones, and that's where the written questions, nothing to be afraid of, leaving to 2 days. We've done that for many years. We've had several questions, and we have to quickly work on questions, answers to them, and be aware of a supplementary that may be obviously what we don't know of, but that's part of the challenge of being an elected member, a cabinet member or the leader. And I would say to Councillor Gullis and his team, really, you can get used to that. You don't have to put up a barrier of 10 days. But I hope the members will support this this amendment. My group certainly will.
Thank you, Councillor Tagg. Councillor Gullis, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I must start by saying that it feels like some of the Conservative members have spent a bit too much time in the sun today, because some of the theatrical displays, although that is in Councillor Holland's gift of his theatrical training, and the historical lecture about the American independence, which I'm sure ChatGPT provided, as well as obviously Councillor Wilden's bizarre claim that we are somehow akin to Vladimir Putin, when last time I checked there was an election on the 7th of May, 27 reform councillors were elected. Councillor Jones has accepted that we publish the agenda with what was going to be taking place today well in advance of today's meeting. The ability to hand in amendments and talk on those has been done by the Conservative side. And there is even going to be a vote here in this council chamber. So when democracy apparently allegedly disappeared, I don't know. But it was a news to me that we have become somehow like Russia. It just goes to show, Mr. Mayor, how far the Conservative Party has fallen. Why I was glad to be freed from the shackles of the so-called Conservatives with their one nation wets that sadly blight the Labour Party from the top to the bottom when they're busy moralising and lecture at every opportunity about how wonderful, smart and great they are, when actually the reality is they're gravely out of touch with the great British public, which is why they continue to sink lower and lower and even dodge the ability to try and take on Nigel Farage in Clacton because they are running scared. They are Fritz, Mr. Mayor, is the reality that we hear today. And what I can find utterly laughable, Mr. Mayor, is the idea somehow here that we have taken citizens' rights away. When last time I checked, we've got heckling from the public gallery. That's a citizen's right. We have the ability for members of the public to still ask questions. We've actually doubled the length of time in which those questions can be asked. How is that taking away citizens' rights? The idea that councillors can't hold us to account. Well, last time I checked, there's a thing called a scrutiny committee. There's regulatory committees. There's full council. There's cabinet. There's written questions. There's the leader's statement. What else does Councillor Tagg need apart from the ability to one day reclaim the tyranny of Tagg that ruled over this council? And those aren't my words. Those are members from his own Conservative group when I was in the Conservative Party. They used to say to me that Simon Tagg ruled the council with a firm stick and told them all how to behave, when to get in line. Councillor Holland smirking because he knows he's one of them. So the reality and the truth of this is that the irony of this, Mr. Mayor, is the vast majority of these changes that we've introduced today are actually ideas that were brought in by the Conservative-led Stoke-on-Trent City Council, which Councillor Holland is a huge fan of, with Councillor Abby Brown, that he constantly admires and sings to high heaven at every single opportunity whenever I've spoken to him. So the idea is, Mr. Mayor, that the truth of the matter is that no way has anyone's democratic right been nullified. No one in this chamber is going to suddenly lose the ability to hold the administration to account. All we want is the ability to make decisions, get things done, and let the public, as they will be able to in the 30-minute session, ask away as they will. And of course, they can attend cabinet and other scrutiny committees too. Sign the petitions, and we will absolutely ensure that they either get the written response at the basic level all the way up to a full debate in this chamber. It's laughable, it's boring from the Conservative Party, and it goes to show why the Conservatism is no longer existing in the Conservative Party. Perhaps those councillors sat to my right will be more at home in the Socialist Workers' Party based on the things they were saying today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. The proposed amendment has been moved and seconded and debated. We now need to take a vote on whether or not to amend the original motion as proposed. All those in favour?
In favour of the amendment.
Of the amendment? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are on the back row, and I think in the public gallery, we've got a problem with the microphone because it's not very easy to hear you at the moment. I don't know if we can replace the microphone at this point.
The amendment to the motion has been rejected. Members, the amendment we now need to vote on the original motion. Debate, sorry. Councillor Gullis to speak first.
Chair, I think I've got everything off my chest, so I'm happy to proceed.
Councillor Tagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be voting against the obviously the motion, the recommendation now before us. Now it's been lost, but I would still ask Councillor Gullis whether he would take on board to address this in his summing up of his position on the amendment, whether he will write to the government afresh relating to the planning changes that are making, and also really to I impress him again to ensure his members are turning up to licences in subcommittees. Thank you.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to members who did participate in the vote on the amendment. I felt that we had our say. As Reform will come to discover, the price of winning votes in the chamber is that you sometimes have to listen to us. Councillor Whelan, of course, in the potential future absence of the LGA, is available to do mentoring. Her fees are very reasonable, and if you subscribe to her plan, she can make it such that you are every bit as good as she is when she speaks. I said my piece on the Constitution when I moved the amendment, but can I add that I do find it a little ironic that resolution number 2, as we will be voting on tonight, empowers the monitoring officer to inscribe the wording of these amendments in consultation with group leaders. The leader of the council told us at our last meeting that he opposed cross-party constitution working group for the generation of this sort of material. But now the text of our constitution is going to be finalised behind closed doors following secret meetings with political delegates. Evaluating and agreeing draft texts in advance, as in recent meetings, in recent years, made this a lot easier than the debate that we've just had is. I must say, it does look as though the leader's method, including cutting and pasting his own proposals on the floor of council, does make it seem as though he's not done quite all of his homework. I ask again, is this the reforming, establishment-smashing leadership we were promised?
Councillor Rogerson.
Councillor Rogerson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just reverting back to the homework. I can't wait to chat more of the homework from the last people that were in power here. Thank you.
Councillor Gullis for the summing up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the particular question that Councillor Tagg posed regarding writing to the government, absolutely happy and very happy for that to be, as I think is quite abundantly clear from the contributions by both Councillor Tagg and Councillor Jones, who are equally opposed to the changes that are being made. I'm more than happy for that to be a cross-party joint letter to make Councillor Holland super happy in terms of my collegiality. And of course, Councillor Holland is somehow upset that I'm now asking the leaders of political groups to meet with the legal officer, the monitoring officer, to make sure we're happy. I just thought that would be a good way to make sure that all the I's and T's are dotted, because, of course, I don't have the legal training. Maybe Councillor Holland has. But, of course, I do trust our great monitoring officer who we've got at the moment to make sure that we have everything in the right place. At the end of the day, as I say, Mr. Mayor, This is in no way undermining the workings of this council. It's about empowering our citizens to be able to ask questions for longer. It's about empowering our citizens to, with their petitions, be able to hold us more accountable through a variety of different methods. And actually, Councillor Lefroy raised an anomaly potentially with the petitioning numbers. More than happily, Councillor Lefroy sits and meet with you afterwards to come to a resolution there that could be brought forward when we meet cross-party, obviously with the monitoring officer on that wording. And I think it's very important that we understand that despite some of the theatrical positioning of the Conservative group of what this means, the reality is the Conservative group tinkered regularly with the constitution of this council to bring back more power to, as I say, the tyranny of tag. And I must say, it was a great mentor when I was in the Conservative Party to see how such things should be done. I'm glad now to have taken those lessons from him and applying it to this council. And I look forward to the vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Members, I will ask you now to vote on the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Motion is passed. Members, we now turn to the next item of business on this evening's agenda, which is to the adoption of the Borough Local Plan 2020 to 2040. Councillor Gullis and Downs have declared an interest in this item and will leave the room during the debate. A copy of the report can be found on pages 25 to 209 of your agenda. An amendment to this motion has been proposed by Councillor Fear and seconded by Councillor Simon Tagg. A copy of the amendment can be found on page 211 of your agenda. We will hear from the proposer and the seconder of the original motion first, and then the proposer of the seconder of the amendment will be invited to speak. Councillor Shaw, would you like to speak on your motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I turn to the local plan itself, I want to say something that establishes the basis for our stance and the quintessential rock and a hard place situation that we were left with from day one. This plan was not written by Reform UK. It was prepared, promoted and submitted under the previous Conservative administration. These are their sites, their processes, and essentially it's their plan. And accordingly, I look forward to their support in the vote. The timeline that got us to this point is clear. The council worked with Stoke-on-Trent on a joint plan from 2013 to 2020. In January 2021, Newcastle decided to progress its own local plan. There were consultations in 21, 22, 2023 and 2024. The plan was submitted in December of that year and main modifications were consulted on late 2025 with the inspector Anne Jordan. She required a number of significant changes before the plan could be declared sound. These included safeguarding a link road on the A53 Whitmore to Keele Road, the removal of 6 proposed housing allocations, these being Diglake Street, land off Nantwich Road, Audley, Red Street in Chesterton, Castletown Grange, Cross Heath, Blackbank Road, Nutton, and the Gypsy and Traveller site west of Silverdale Business Park. Also, the strengthening of the policy AB2 at Junction 16 to require highway improvements, public transport provision and landscape mitigation as well as improving greenbelt compensation policies throughout the plan. Once these and other modifications were implemented, the inspector's final report arrived on the 19th of May 2026, the day before this administration was appointed. When Reform UK took control, we did not immediately rubber stamp this plan. We looked hard at what we were left with. We subsequently wrote to the planning inspector, asking her whether changes could be made, raising concerns about net zero wording, renewable energy policies, HMOs, agricultural land, and stronger protection for residents. However, from the unequivocal responses we received, the blunt truth was this: no further changes could be made, and a fresh plan-making process would be required from scratch. So the question today is not whether this is the perfect plan. It's not. The question is whether the borough is safer with it or without it. We have concluded, reluctantly but responsibly, that the danger of not adopting the plan is far greater. Without this plan, we would fall back onto old policies from 2009, and in some cases 2003. We have only around a 3-year housing land supply. That means developers have a stronger hand. It would mean more speculative applications, more planning by appeal, and more risk of sites being forced on communities without the infrastructure that a local plan provides. Let us be clear, the Labour government is already pushing higher housing targets. Their standard method figure for this borough is 559. Thank you. It's 559 homes a year, not the 400 homes a year in this plan. That means over 2,000 more homes being forced upon Newcastle-Under-Lyme if we are left exposed. This plan is not perfect. No one on this side pretends that it is. But it does draw a line in the sand. Already £1.2 million has been spent on this plan since 2020 on extensive consultation and independent examination, and no doubt meeting about meetings about meetings. More than 1,000 hectares of greenbelt land was put forward by developers and landowners. If we reject this plan tonight, we would not be saving the green belt. Instead, we would be inviting a free-for-all through speculative planning applications, seeing green belt land concreted over and millions of pounds potentially lost in subsequent legal planning appeals. Mr. Mayor, voting for this plan tonight is the only responsible decision that members can make on behalf of the borough and its residents. For that reason, I move that council adopts the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Ashworth, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to second this motion. Councillor Shaw has set out the background and the timeline. I want to focus on the judgment we have had to make. Let me be very clear, this is not the local plan that Reform UK would have written. That is why when this administration came in, we did not simply sit on our hands, we tried to change it. We wrote to the planning inspector asking for some targeted amendments. We challenged requirements around BREEAM, energy statements, whole life carbon assessments, and a fixed 10% on-site renewables target. We wanted stronger protection for agricultural land from large-scale solar farms, with solar to be focused on rooftops, brownfield land, and non-agricultural sites instead. We wanted a more pro-business approach in policy EMP1, giving proper weight to jobs, growth, startups, and productivity. We also wanted tougher controls in HMOs. Residents know the problems: parking pressures, bins, noise, loss of family homes, and the character of streets changing beyond recognition. That is why we pushed for a borough-wide Article 4 direction and stronger HMO thresholds. I believe these were reasonable asks. They were practical asks. They were asks made in the interests of local people. But the answer came back clear. We were told there is no mechanism for the inspector's final report to be amended, and that the inspector is therefore not able to consider any amendments to the plan as the examination is now concluded. So let us be honest about where we are. Without adoption, we leave ourselves exposed, as Councillor Shaw has already outlined. We weaken our position against speculative developers. We risk more planning by appeal. We risk losing control. And we do so at the very moment Labour's higher housing numbers are hanging over this borough. And I say this directly to Adam Jogi MP. If he is serious about protecting Newcastle-Under-Lyme, then he needs to stand up to his own Labour government and demand they do not force this borough into a new local plan that dumps more than 2,000 extra homes on our communities, which are already struggling. Because that is the real danger. If Labour mandates a new plan with higher housing targets, those homes will not magically appear out of thin air. They will mean more pressure on our roads, schools, GP surgeries, drainage and public services, all of which are currently functioning at full capacity. They will mean more developers circling our villages, our green fields and our green belt. So Adam Jogi has a choice. He can back Newcastle-Under-Lyme or he can back Labour's housing targets. We are adopting this plan tonight because it gives the borough defence, but our MP should be fighting in Parliament to stop Labour making the situation even worse. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ashworth. Councillor Fear, would you like to propose your amendment, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Having listened so far, I'm happy to see Reform's endorsement of this local plan. And I note with interest that looking through the consultation documents, there has been very little Reform input into putting out alternatives. As we all know, there is, as has been alluded to, a standard calculation, whether we like it or not, for the amount of housing that is required of this borough. So anything that's taken out of this plan, something else would have to be put in. And it will be interesting to know, in the interest of openness and transparency, what Reform would have taken out and then what they would have put in, because you can't have one without the other. And that, I think, will be quite interesting, given the way that we are sort of being said that Reform are the victims in this policy. Now, again, I point out that we moved this plan forward with more consultation than, in fact, was necessary by law. Nonetheless, had we dithered, those 2,000 houses, and I quite agree with the speaker prior to me, those 2,000 houses would have been in this plan. That would have happened already. So again, we need to think about that. What the amendment here does is simply set out a series of points which are true. We chose the lowest possible level of housing development that national government required of us, right? We couldn't have gone underneath that. It's simply a simple fact. And again, had we taken something out, something else would have to have gone in. So let's hear what the alternatives would have been in that regard. Equally, we've had an allusion to the joint local plan with Stoke-on-Trent. I'm proud to say that I consistently, and you can check back on the record, I've consistently been opposed to such a plan, and indeed pointed out when that plan was there that the housing requirement for this borough was always higher than it would have been under this plan. So in that respect, we have done our level best to protect what's here. Equally, the council owns parts of the borough. It doesn't own other parts, and that's an issue that we need to think about. We have tried very much to protect the green spaces that we own in the borough. And that's something that will come back to us in another amendment. So here, what we are doing actually is simply adding to the motion, setting out a series of simple facts about where we are. and I agree entirely that if our MP had any care for this borough, he would in fact be agitating now to change national legislation. It's national legislation which matters in this regard. We are forced to do certain things. With this local plan, we tried our hardest to make sure that what was imposed upon us was done in the best interests of the borough. But, as I say, when I look at the consultation, and there was a lot of consultation for this, I don't see any reform counter proposals. And that's the politics of the playground. It's very easy to be against things. Very, very easy to be against things. What are you going to do instead? What is the alternative positive proposal? And that I do not see here. The only thing I would say is, looking down what I've got printed in front of me, or electronically sitting in front of me, is that point D here should say AB2, not B2. But apart from that, I commend this amendment. As I say, it is a series of factual statements about this local plan, and I don't see that, in fact, the main motion is affected in any way, and I would urge colleagues to vote in favour of this.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Simon Tagg, would you like to second the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'd like to reserve my right to speak to later in the debate on this amendment.
Councillor Shaw, do you consent to the amendment?
Yes.
Councillor Ashworth, do you consent to the amendment? The amended motion now becomes a substantive motion which will be debated upon. Members, will you please raise your hands if you wish to speak on this motion? Councillor Fear.
I hope this microphone is working, Mr. Mayor. It was flickering before, but I think the battery is dying. But nonetheless, I will try my best. I can shout professionally. I lecture, but I'm aware that people on the internet wouldn't be able to hear that. So I'm hoping there could be a substitute one if it dies. What I would say is I commend this motion, and again, I commend Reform's responsible approach to endorse the plan, which has been in generation for a very long time. It is a plan which has a certain set of stages. I'm very pleased that we broke away from developing with Stoke-on-Trent. That would have involved far more development in our borough than we've had. And I regard that as I say, I've always argued for a local plan for our locality, and I regard this as a triumph in that regard. This is a plan which has tried to make sure that the impositions of national government are imposed upon us as lightly as is possible. And as I say, the important thing we need to remember here is it's no use saying, and it's sad that the leader of the council, with the most important decision we are going to make in the lifetime of this council, has chosen to free himself of the shackles of responsibility by leaving the room. My understanding, and my officers will correct me if I'm wrong, is that in fact the interest involved is not one which in fact absolutely required him to do that. That is his choice, and I can respect that choice, but I also respectfully say I personally believe it is the wrong choice to have made. That said, what we have here is a plan which tries its best to get round the impositions of the Labour government. We have extra ones coming. And again, we need to think very, very hard about what we're going to do about that. Showboating and saying we're not going to abate the law is actually going to lumber this authority with an imposed plan and actually a very large price tag as well. So please think about that. That's not at debate at the moment. What's at debate is our plan. The other thing I'd say, and I remember saying this when I introduced the final version of this plan to full council some time ago, is the saddest part of this plan for me is paragraph 3.17, which says that although we are under the national average for unemployment, we are slightly over the national average for unemployment in Staffordshire. my wish was to ensure that there are employment opportunities in this borough which will turn that round. Everybody here deserves to have a decent job. And I'm hoping that this plan will provide those jobs to do precisely that. So I think, as has been said, and I would happily agree, in this sublunary sphere, nothing is perfect. And that is certainly true. But at the same time, in terms of what we have in front of us, this is a good, a sound plan. It's gone through more than the amount of consultation required. And it is offering both the minimum amount of housing imposed upon us by the centre. It's also giving us employment opportunities. So I hope that we'll be able to see a unanimous vote in favour of that plan this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Tagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the proposer and seconder for agreeing that the amendment become now part of the motion. I think it's really important that we set some of the facts out as Councillor Fear has done and put into context the difficulties that councillors have had in the previous council and what we'll have in this council when we look at a new local plan, trying to make difficult decisions in the face of, quite right, objections from local residents on various sites being included or not included. I think what has already been said is the housing employment requirements in this plan haven't emerged here in Newcastle Borough Council. It wasn't the previous cabinet that sat and decided this. It was national government that sat and decided this. We were hanging on watching Michael Gove. I'm assuming Councillor Gullis was sitting in the council chamber as an MP in the Westminster Chamber at that point, waiting to see whether there's any changes to the minimum requirements, whether the housing figures were going to have to go up. And in the end, we settled on what was the lowest which we could do, but still provide a sustainable plan that met the government's requirements. And secondly, I think it's also important to say that this local plan is a lot different than the joint local plan. I'm proud that we ended this council's fascination under the previous Labour administration with a joint local plan for Stoke. If you look at our amendment, which now has become part of this motion, it's available online, you'll see there's a link to what the housing figures would have been for Newcastle under the joint local plan up to 2033. And that would have been 11,720 houses. This plan has just about 8,000, doesn't it, Councillor Fear? So you can see already where would those houses have gone? They would have already been in sites. They would have been on council-owned green spaces, I can tell you that, because if you go on to our motion, you'll also see a link to what the previous Labour administration were going to put into the local plan. And as Councillor Fear said, we have a motion later talking about those green spaces. A lot of them would have been in this joint local plan, and we built on such places as Lees Drive in the Westlands, such places as Sheldon Grove in Holditch, such as places in Port Tilbury, Stanton, Maybank, all over this borough. So we actually have made a really important step in by coming out of the joint local plan and having our own plan, protecting as much as we can within those government restrictions which are put on us. And I think also I just want to make the point of, and it's in our motion, is that unfortunately we have to recognise in the plan sites that already have planning permission. Now I've live near to Hoon Avenue and the Baldies Field there. I don't know if there's anybody from the public gallery here from there, but I know from the Facebook page, which I'm a part of, there's been some concern why that site, that's the outer site, which has got planning permission, and it was sold recently by the County Council last July and on through the autumn, is why that site is in. It has to go in because it has planning permission. It's not a local decision. It's actually through what is ordered through the planning regulations. So I just want to make that plain. Also, I know a lot of members here today are about, members of the public here today about the AB2, Junction 16. And I can say that that was discussed and was being considered as part of the joint local plan with Stoke. And anybody that wants to do any freedom of motion requests of the Stoke City Council will know that meetings took place over that there. And it would have probably made it into the joint local plan as well as an employment site. So it again came forward by the developer. It wasn't requested by this council, by the developer, and has been endorsed by the inspector and also by the Secretary of State, Steve Reed, as well. So when I see these petition from the local MP, you have to wonder the motivation for that, when obviously it's the central government now signed up to this plan. Of course, the MP And others who are opposed to developments in Alderley haven't put any other proposals forward. And I think Councillor Fear has got it just right when he says, if you take sites out, you have to nominate sites to go in. So I hope that Councillor Machin and his other colleagues from Alderley will be speaking in a moment, telling us what sites they want in if they're going to vote against this plan. But I hope they vote for it, like a lot of people are going to do in this chamber. So I think it's not an ideal plan. Nothing ever is. Nobody is ever happy. And when I sat just there, when we went to the last consultation, I made the point that we were putting it out to consultation so people could have their views, and that the inspector could then endorse our officers' views on the different sites. And she came back and she took a number of sites out in Alderley. She came back and took other sites out and amended it. That is the right part of the process, and we supported that. And we didn't try to overturn those modifications before May the 20th. So I think it's a good plan compared with what could happen, and it's certainly better than the joint local plan. And warning really to everybody in this room and to the public, you know, a new plan has to start. I know that the leader of the council is trying to lobby, but I think if the government want to move forward with the local plan with those extra 2,000 homes, we will have to look at all green spaces again, of course. That's why the motion later on the agenda to continue to protect for future generations the green spaces that the council owns, the ones that are under our control, not ones that developers can forward of their free will, is really important. So I hope that members will support that later. But I and my group will support this plan.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've great sympathy on this matter with Councillor Shaw, but I shall try not to give him the political kiss of death by being too effusive. What I will say is that he's done the responsible thing tonight, and Councillor Ashworth in seconding the adoption of the local plan. And in their turn, the former portfolio holder and the former leader of the council have accepted responsibility, I think, for those issues that were the responsibility of the previous administration in drawing it up. As Councillor Tagg, as there's the tyrant to my left has said, I will be voting tonight to adopt the local plan. I was first elected to this council 15 years ago, and in all that time, the council has not had an adopted up-to-date local development plan. As any councillor who has served in the cabinet or on the planning committee knows, this comes at an enormous cost to our ability to control development in the borough. It has been especially harmful to our rural communities. I don't want to labour the points made by Councillor Shaw about how it is open season for speculative developers without a plan, and an imperfect plan is better than no plan. Councillors, though, representing areas that have received what they might consider a raw deal in terms of site allocations, all of them, and I have read some of the social media comments from those councillors who are here tonight, they're all aware that voting down the plan at this stage would not change the government's view on the viability of those sites. It would not change the desire that the landowners of those sites have to bring them forward for development. So we've got to be honest with our residents about the impact of what it is that we're debating and how we vote and what the ultimate outcome will be. Making politically uncomfortable decisions, as the administration is doing tonight, is part of the process of moving away from being a protest movement and becoming a political party. Governance is hard, politics is difficult. I think in the vote on this item, we're going to get a very early indication of whether all of us are serious about doing serious politics. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear to the movers of the local plan from the new administration, and I do very much sympathise with them that they have inherited a local plan at this final stage, and regardless of attempts to vary that local plan, are unable to do so. And I also recognise that without an adopted up-to-date local plan, the borough is in a difficult position with speculative applications right across greenfield, edge of settlement and even greenbelt, which makes it much harder for officers and planning to resist. And that is a genuine risk. It's not a scare story, and I wouldn't sit here pretending otherwise. But I have weighed that risk against what this plan actually contains, and I've concluded that a flawed plan that locks in the wrong site at Audley damages a site of real biodiversity at Keele and fails to secure social housing that this borough desperately needs is not automatically the safer choice just because the alternative carries a risk. I want to speak specifically about site AB2, the strategic employment allocation site near Audley. And I object to AB2. I have consistently always objected to AB2. My group has objected to AB2. We've opposed it as it appeared in this plan, and we've been consistent about that. AB2 takes 80 hectares of agricultural greenbelt land, an area roughly the size of Audley and Bignell End combined, and turns it into 6 large distribution warehouses with parking for additional HGVs, a matter that Cheshire East Council actually had concerns about, and it took another council to object to an employment site in our own greenbelt land, which is quite frightening. Now, we have argued consistently that the need for this employment land should have first been met within the Chatterley Valley development site, which forms part of the Ceramic Valley Enterprise Zone. This has already been identified as a strategic employment site, and it already benefits from town deal and county council infrastructure investment. That without touching a single hectare of greenbelt land, where brownfield land already earmarked for this exact purpose exists in this borough. Releasing greenbelt land at Audley instead is not a difficult planning trade-off. It's a choice, and I'm afraid I think it's the wrong choice. And I'm not willing to vote to lock that choice into this borough's development plan. Moving on to the major housing allocation through this plan, and it troubles me significantly, is the allocation of approximately 900 homes on the former municipal golf course at Keele. Now, the municipal golf course, since the site closed in 2012, has become one of the most biodiverse areas within the borough. And certainly for residents like myself in Keele and my parents who up until recently lived in Silverdale, was a vital lifeline through COVID lockdowns where we were able to meet up eventually outside within that environment. I think the building of 900 homes on that golf course is going to cause misery for the residents of Silverdale. Absolute misery, put pressure on a infrastructure within that village that's already straining and will not cope with the addition of 900 homes. So I'm afraid I can't support a plan that will build 900 homes and take away one of our highest biodiverse assets. On social housing, and I want to address this because this formed a big part of our feedback that we gave to the planning inspector, we submitted to the planning inspector. Housing applications in this borough already show that we have a chronic under shortage of social available properties or social lets. And this plan, whilst it may sound bold in argument, will actually not even deliver the deficit we already have, let alone the need of hundreds more social housing each year. And one of the problems for those members who have been on planning for a while is that whilst this plan is bold in asking developers to, over a certain size, 30% to be affordable housing, what we know from planning is that those same developers will come back to planning, vary the Section 106 agreement, and that is the first thing to go. And actually, I'm glad that former Councillor Williams, John Williams and Jill Williams are here today. I'll sum up. I'm happy that they are here today because they have consistently at Planning Committee called out against this method of removing social housing from the borough. So I'm afraid I will not be supporting the borough local plan. I've been very consistent all the way through. I'm assuming it's going to pass given that the Conservative group are supporting that. But if it was not to pass, I would also be happy to work with the administration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Machin.
Yes, so it's a question. We had a declaration of interest very early on from Councillor Downs, but he'd still planned on taking part in the debate.
Councillor Machin.
I just want to say a few words on behalf of myself, Councillor Janice Same-Reiners and Councillor Patricia Harrison. The three of us will be voting against this local plan. We do understand the position the council is in. We know this plan is already at a very late stage, and we know there are serious risks if the council rejects it altogether. But the reality is, this is not a plan that we wrote. We did not choose these sites. We did not shape the plan, and by the time we formally took office, the inspector's final report had already been issued. We were elected to represent Audley wards, and we have to be honest about what residents have told us. There are real concerns about the impact of development on our roads, schools, local services, village character, green spaces, and greenbelt land. Those concerns have been raised repeatedly, and we do not feel able to ignore them. This is not about being against housing. Of course, people need homes, and we do understand that, but that does not mean that every site is right or that development should go ahead without proper regard for the communities that we have to live, the communities that will have to live with the consequences. We also understand why the administration is looking at this from the point of view of the whole borough, but our responsibility tonight is to be honest with the people that we represent. We cannot stand here and vote for sites in our ward that we do not believe we can support. So for those reasons, the three Reform UK councillors for Audley will be voting against the local plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Machin. Councillor Retney-Smith.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I find myself actually in a totally different position to the councillors from Audley. In so much as in my ward, there are two parish councils, Madeley and Betley. And when there was uncertainty as to whether this local plan was going to be recommended for adoption by the administration, they became extremely concerned to the point that the chairman of Madeley Parish Council, Jamie Stevenson, wrote to the leader expressing his concerns as to what could happen if the plan was not put in place. And Madeley has already been under significant pressure from development as a result of not having a plan. So this was seen as very important. And I have to say that Mr. Stevenson got a very comprehensive reply from the leader, which was very much appreciated and shared with Betley Parish Council. Within Betley, there's two groups. There's the Parish Council and a Neighbourhood Plan working group that's looking at the Neighbourhood Plan and revisions. And the chairman of the Neighbourhood Plan working group also wrote to the leader expressing very serious concerns about the consequence of not having a plan. And that group includes an ex-town planner from this authority and from Stoke, and also an ex-councillor from Cheshire East who dealt with planning and who now serves as secretary to our working plan. So there was very, very great concern being expressed from there, and they also wrote to the leader. And then our parish council met on the 30th of June, and we endorsed and identified with the views expressed by Madeley Parish Council and the views expressed by the Neighbourhood Plan Working Group in terms of the significant risks that would occur to the borough in general and to Madeley and Betley in particular if the plan was not adopted. So suffice to say, Mr. Mayor, we are very relieved that there is a proposal for this plan to be adopted this evening, and in the way that the councillors from Audley have said they need to represent their residents, then I too need to represent my residents, and I will, of course, therefore support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batley. Councillor Fry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just very briefly, and I speak as a parish councillor in Keele, I'd just like to point out that the original plans for the Keele Golf Course were for 1,800 homes. And when one bears in mind that the total for the 20 years is 4,000 homes, you can see the huge pressure that was being placed on Keele and neighbouring Silverdale with that. The revised plan still is 900 homes, which is a lot, but also nearly 60% of the land will be devoted to a country park. And I think that's very significant. And the point that councillors have made previously is that if those 900 homes on the golf course didn't happen, they would have to be put elsewhere. So if Keele doesn't take them and the Keele Parish Council, with reluctance, agrees that this plan needs to go through, where would those 900 homes be built elsewhere in the borough? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Is it Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from Councillor Lefroy, despite what Councillor Jones says, Silverdale Parish Council backs the building of the 900 homes on the former Keele Golf Course. This still leaves over half of the former golf course, which will now become Keele Park Countryside Park, which will benefit all our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I'm also going to oppose the amendment. I'm representing Newchapel, and 99% of my residents don't want houses on where the site's supposed to be. It's going to be totally not suitable. The roads won't be able to cope with the extra traffic, and I feel we've just had it foisted upon us. So I believe in democracy and representing your local residents, and they're against it, so I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anybody else wishes to speak? Councillor Shaw, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. Because the choice before members is already crystal clear. Nobody on this side of the chamber has pretended the local plan is perfect, but we must deal with the facts in front of us. Those facts are that the examination has concluded, no further changes can now be made, and if we reject this plan tonight, we would not magically protect every field, every village, or every community. We would, in fact, be doing the exact opposite. As I've said, we would be leaving Newcastle-Under-Lyme weaker, more exposed, and more vulnerable to speculative developers and planning appeals. As I've said as well, we would also be leaving ourselves open to Labour's higher housing numbers. More than 2,000 additional homes would be pushed onto this borough if a new plan is forced upon us. That is the real risk tonight in rejecting this plan. This vote is about whether we give this borough an up-to-date plan, some control, some stability, and some protection. So, Mr. Mayor, I simply ask all members here to put the borough and residents first, and I move that we adopt the local plan and proceed to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. The motion has been moved, seconded, and debated. All those in favour?
Could I ask for a named vote, Mr. Mayor?
Name vote has been called, and the Chief Exec will now take the names. Thank you.
Apologies, members, for technological issues with the microphones this evening. Councillor Townsend.
Just point of information, this is as amended, isn't it?
Yes,
the Mayor didn't actually state that, but it's as amended.
Yeah. So the vote is on the motion as amended. I will call each member's name and I would ask that you say whether you're for the amended motion, against the amended motion, or abstain. Councillor Ashworth. Thank you. Councillor Bailey. Thank you. Councillor Barber. Thank you. Councillor Beeston.
For.
Councillor Betley Smith.
For.
Councillor Casey Hu. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn's not present. Councillor Duffy's not present. Yep. Councillor Evans.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fear. For. Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Gillis not present. Councillor Harrison. Mark Harrison.
For.
Councillor Patricia Harrison.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Heasom. Councillor Holland. Councillor Hutchison.
For.
Councillor Jellyman.
For.
Councillor Dave James.
Against.
Councillor Kasperovich.
For.
Councillor Lefroy. Councillor Machin.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Renshaw. Councillor Rogerson.
For.
Councillor St Rainers.
Against.
Councillor Saxton.
For.
Councillor Sedgley.
For.
Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Sparks. For. Councillor Stevenson.
Not working against. Anyway.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Swain. Councillor John Tagg.
For.
Councillor Simon Tagg. Councillor Tift. Councillor Walton. Councillor Westcott. Councillor Wealdon.
For.
Councillor Whitmore.
For.
And Councillor Wood. Thank you. 10, 12, 13, 14. That's 32 in favour and 6 against. The motion as amended is
It's 32 in favour, 6 against. The motion has passed. Would like to have a 5-minute break, stretch your legs. Thank you. Members, the next item of business on this evening's agenda is the leader's statement. A copy can be found on pages 213 to 217 of your agenda. I'm going to ask Councillor Gullis if he would like to introduce a statement and then invite members to put questions to the leader or the relevant portfolio holder. I will take each paragraph of the statement in turn and will invite up to 3 questions at the time before I ask the leader to respond. If I could remind members, this is not a debate. Once the leader has responded, there is no right for members to reply. Councillor Gullis, would you like to introduce your statement, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The statement obviously, hopefully, is comprehensive for members to be able to ask questions on. I won't rattle on too long, other than to say that in the short period of time, I think now about 7 weeks since the authority was on the 20th of May, obviously the authority came to the Reform UK group. I'm very proud of the work that we've done. Obviously, saving the taxpayers £6.2 million by cancelling the net zero nonsense on the electric bin lorries, or bizarrely the fact that we were going to buy electric bin lorries, but don't even have a plan for the infrastructure charging. I don't know if anyone planned to pop down to maybe Costa or Morrison's to charge them, but the reality was it was an ill thought through plan, a gimmick that was done to try and impress, I don't know, a few in Westminster, but not based in any actual reality for residents here across Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough. The introduction of the community fund, meaning every ward councillor has £2,500 per annum to put towards their local community by doing great things, whether that be grit bins, dog poo bins, whether that be in buying new play equipment for a park that needs it, maybe about repainting it, maybe washing down a bus shelter that's got graffiti, a whole host and range of ideas deliberately kept flexible so members can really think about how in their wards, particularly where we have more than one member in there, how they can spread that money across their community for the benefit of the people that they're proud to serve. And of course, the Article 4 direction, which I'm sure people have seen in the 4 plan, is coming to Cabinet in the not too distant future. So we can introduce this rigorous ability to make sure that future HMOs or houses of multiple occupancy can no longer blight the community that we live in, especially when we're seeing the hotels where the illegal migrants are being placed in Stoke-on-Trent and numbers have slightly gone down. But at the same time, we're seeing the numbers of illegal migrants placed in Newcastle-Lyme Borough increasing, and that only leads to the suspicion, rightly, of the fact that houses in our community are being used by Serco to profit landlords who are seeking a cheap payday, whilst undermining the character and the harmony of our communities as well. This policy is not going to ever be a threat to our university students. We're a proud university town. It's not going to be a threat to those seeking support, whether that be through drug and alcohol addiction, and those people who are wanting to engage and turn their lives around. And it's not going to be a threat to those brave women who have fled domestic violence and seeking sanctuary in order to rebuild their lives. This is not a policy designed in any way to make it harder for those individuals. It's a policy designed to regain control of our system so that people in our community know what is happening. And I look forward to any questions that need to be asked. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Members, we voted in paragraph 1 that the Cabinet meet on the 23rd of June 2026. Do members have any comments or questions on any items that the aforementioned Cabinet meetings that were not covered in the leader's statement? Any more speakers on paragraph 1? Paragraph 2 is waste vehicles, procurement saving. Do members have any comments or questions on this paragraph 2? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item on the Reform Leader's statement is nothing more than clickbait. It's a sensationalised, misleading headline intentionally designed to promote an emotional response. So let's look at the facts. The roadmap to net zero had 7 million for fleet replacement. Electric RCVs were put in the budget 4 years ago. This was in line with the government guidelines. When I became the Sustainable Environment Portfolio Holder and Cabinet Member in 2023, I agreed with the Sustainable Environment Director that we would not be buying electric recycling and residual waste trucks. We had been successfully using hydro-treated vegetable oil, or HVO, in our trucks. This reduces the vehicle carbon emissions down by 90%, so there's no need to purchase electric, recycling and residual waste trucks at this time. As someone who has run his own business for some 23 years, I considered it prudent to leave the budget unchanged. The Borough Council Sustainable Environment Director was in total agreement. In making this decision, we were acting with good judgment. We were thinking about the possibility of hydrogen being used as the future fuel. How would that affect the cost of the hydrogen RCVs? We were thinking about any possible penalties from the government of the day for not buying electric. We were thinking about any price increases for non-electric recycling and waste trucks. In recent years, for example, the price of non-electric recycling and waste trucks has increased from 250,000 per truck to 320,000 each. That's an increase of 70,000 per vehicle. Plus, we also pay an additional 10,000 for an electric bin lift. This is quieter than the normal bin lift and is better for our residents on the early mornings. This electric bin lift actually saves about 10% in fuel, so we get the money back in the long run. We left the budget unchanged as we were avoiding any risk of under budgeting. This may have given us a saving that could be used for an emergency or a saving that we could put into...
Hutchinson, could you ask your question, please?
Yeah, it's a comment, it's not a question. You said comment or question, and I've got 5 minutes. I've only done 2. This may have given us a saving which could be used in another area. Due to the recent hot weather, if I was still a cabinet member in this area, I would now be recommending using this saving to install air conditioning in all areas at the Nutton Lane depot. I repeat my opening statement, the previous administration had no intention of purchasing electric recycling and waste trucks. I am sure the Reform leader knows that fact. He would have been told that fact by Borough Council officers, but he's decided to press ahead with this incorrect press release and this incorrect item on the leader's statement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Simon Tack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hutchins for that comment there. I'm going to follow up with a question to the leader about this, and I think Councillor Hutchins is quite correct. But I'm just mystified by the position that Councillor Gullis has taken on this. I think it's performative. I think it's forgetting the past, his own past. When I look at Hansard from the 21st of May 2024, a statement by the then MP for Stoke North and a Conservative MP at that stage, Mr. Gullis, said, when visiting the first pottery depot a few weeks ago, I spoke to Zoe Hand, the first buzz lady, about exciting opportunities for new electric bus fleet in Stoke-on-Trent. I'm willing to invest £37 million in brand new electric bus fleet for our great city. But this ambition must now be met by £11 million investment from Stoke-on-Trent City Council. Those brand new buses would not only encourage travel because they would be more modern and exciting, there would be huge difference to improving the quality of Stoke-on-Trent. The fleet would currently we are roaming around in is old. Quite right, I agree with that. But then he says, I therefore am working with First Buzz and my honourable friend, whoever that would be, at the Metro for Stoke South, of course, yes, carrying on, and to facilitate the exciting plan to invest £11 million in new sustainable bus fleet. So my question to Councillor Gullis is, what's changed?
Councillor Gullis.
Well, first of all, Mr. Mayor, it's quite a serious implication to infer from Councillor Hutchinson that the Section 151 officer is somehow not made sure that when we have announced a saving, which is a £2.1 million saving from changing the procurement rules when it came to this fleet, that therefore this was a genuine saving. So if Councillor Hutchinson wants to put on the record that he thinks officers are misleading this council, then I suggest he has the guts to do so. But he's certainly, and I hope inadvertently, misleading this council to pretend there was no plan in the capital programme for a future procurement of electric vehicle lorry bins. And the truth of the matter is, because we've seen the email from the officers, there was a quote of 4.2 million for the infrastructure, which was not ever budgeted for. These are facts that officers would not have put out in the public domain if we were deliberately seeking to mislead, because that's what the role of officers is to ensure that anything that goes out, communicated on behalf of the Borough Council, is legally and factually accurate. So it's downright disrespectful to even claim that this wasn't a genuine saving. 6.2 million for the great people of Newcastle-Lyme Borough has been saved from future spending in the capital programme, and ending the net zero nuttiness from the Conservative Party, who are clearly, as we're going to see later on in future amendments, still drinking the Kool-Aid provided by Greta Thunberg so clearly and desperately. And as for Councillor Tagg's specific question, Mr. Mayor, I did indeed argue for the electric vehicle bus fleet because a private company was willing to invest nearly £40 million of their money into improving the bus network of Stoke, which had not received any upgrade in over a decade. And I was asking the council at Stoke-on-Trent City Council to use the money that I secured, along with the former member of Stoke-on-Trent South, who Councillor Holland worked for, along with the former member of Stoke-on-Trent Central. We secured the bus service improvement plan, which had a large sum of money, the largest actually at that point in the council's history, which could have been used to invest in that bus network. And actually, if people look at the success of that plan that's been implemented, journeys are up, more buses available. So actually, we proudly set up a plan in place. So I have no apologies for a city looking at electric buses where those makes much more sense. But electric bin lorries driving around rural Newcastle Borough from Audley to Loggerheads, it's just completely and utterly absurd. And if they want to be the net zero nutters that they clearly are, they're welcome to it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gorbis. Councillor Mark Harris.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, just to back up what Councillor Gullis was saying in terms of some of the nuttiness around this, just to be clear, I'm not anti-environment. I'm on my third electric vehicle, and I recognise the technology is the way forward. In my professional background, I've been involved in the development of electric vehicle technology outside of automotive, specifically air taxis, which are similar in terms of their power demands to a large commercial vehicle. If you look at this, you would need, for solar power, you would need approximately 3 megawatts to charge a fleet of this size. And that would require a farm of approximately, and this is a quick and dirty, based on averages of the sorts of vehicles. You'd need approximately 7,000 solar panels on approximately 3 acres of land. And for the farm infrastructure of inverters and power distribution, that would need approximately 10 to 12 acres. The reality is they're not as good in performing in high temperature that we've got at the moment. Their performance dips in the winter when you get down to freezing point. So you would have to rely on the national grid. And the national grid is approximately 35% gas powered. So effectively, you are not moving, you're not removing your emissions, you're moving them from the exhaust pipe to the power station. So it's a comment, not a question. It's just, if you want to look at these things, the infrastructure is all very important. And certainly from the electric aircraft side of it, the infrastructure far outweighs the costs of what needs to be done. And the common theme in the aerospace industry, which is translated into heavy vehicles, is it's non-viable until they find a better way of powering the vehicles.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any more speakers on paragraph 2? Members, paragraph 3 is about Article 4, direction. Do members have any comments or questions on paragraph 3? Councillor Casey-Hume.
I welcome the leader's positive response to the introduction of an Article 4 direction in Newcastle-Under-Lyme. For residents of Wells Street and Gordon Street and the surrounding areas, this represents an encouraging step towards recognising the cumulative impact that the uncontrolled growth of houses of multiple occupation, HMOs, can have on established communities. Local people have consistently highlighted concerns about the loss of family housing, increased pressure on parking and local services, environmental issues and the effect on community cohesion. An Article 4 direction would not prevent HMOs from being developed where they are appropriate. Instead, it would ensure that proposals are subject to the planning process, allowing their impact to be properly assessed and giving local residents the opportunity to have their views considered before decisions are made. I look forward to working constructively with the Council, fellow councillors, residents and other stakeholders to explore whether an Article 4 direction is the right approach for Newcastle-Under-Lyme. The aim should be to achieve a balanced and sustainable housing mix that meets the range of housing needs while protecting the character, stability and cohesion of all our neighbourhoods. I would like to thank all the residents who have taken the time to engage in this issue. Their persistence, evidence and commitment to improving their community have played an important role in bringing these concerns to the forefront of local discussion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fear.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. No, it is clearly the case that many people rightly have concerns about the spread of HMOs and the problems that sometimes they bring in their wake. We've got to remember that some people are very responsible about this, but some people manifestly are not. The concern I have is that a blanket order, as is often the case with planning, the devil is in the detail. I recall that full council prior to the new administration already passed a motion for this to be investigated. I'd just like some assurance from the leader in 3.4 that when a report comes to Cabinet, it will investigate this thoroughly because this isn't a one-size-fits-all situation. I very much welcome the control of this. But we've got to do this carefully. It's no use shooting from the hip because if we do, things and probably actually the worst things will slip through the cracks.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Simon Tagg.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Welcome this. And I'd just like to point out that on the back of what Councillor Fear said, the motion which came to this council September asking officers to look at HMOs and also possible Article 4 directions, whether they be borough-wide or more targeted, is that I understood from officers just before the election that report was prepared and was going to come pretty quickly post-election. So I would ask the leader, is autumn that far away? Why can't it come sooner? Because it's obviously been in the pipeline for quite a bit. And I would just like to point out as well, if for the leader's information, is that the only active Article 4 direction in this borough at the moment is in Sidmouth Avenue, which was something that I worked on with residents a few years ago when I was Maybank councillor there to ensure that we didn't have an over provision of student accommodation at that point. And they're a very, very focused, important direction that we put in, but only requires then a planning application to come in, and then that opens up to appeals and all sorts of things. But it has done the job there of protecting that area, and it made what could have been a very difficult development for the residents of Sidmouth Avenue into, if anybody goes along Sidmouth Avenue, you'll see at the end there now where the Birchies Children's Home used to be. A lovely development of 6 or 7 houses, and also the big house has been turned into a residency, which it was supposed to be, or proposals were for the HMO. But because of the Article 4 direction that's been in place there, put in by this council, that has been prevented. So I think they're a good thing, but I do share Councillor Fear's concerns about how these are implemented and how they can be implemented borough-wide. But I understand the report was due to come straight after the election, so sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Councillor Simon Tagg. Councillor Gullis, reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, Councillor Casey Hulme, can I just say congratulations for all the hard work you've undertaken in your ward regarding HMOs. It's certainly been repeated to me in email communication about how hard you've worked to bring about change, to raise awareness on this issue. And I think you deserve full credit for taking the bull by the horn early on in this process and actually highlighting this very severe issue. That, Mr Mayor, is in stark contrast to the opposition, who constantly are on some sort of pat on the back vanity project to tell us how great everything was under their rule. I think Councillor Fear telling us that there was a report. The report had the words possible, Councillor Tagg told us, in terms of whether they introduce an Article 4. It is just a constant stream of how allegedly great everything was. But it's actually, in truth, just a constant stream of meetings, about meetings, about meetings, reports for the sake of reports, for the sake of reports. We in Reform UK have come into this authority and we've actually taken action. And the fact that a Labour councillor can acknowledge that, and I appreciate that good spirit in which that was taken, but the Conservative Party still seem to want to cling on to the idea that they're in control. Simon Tagg has yet to release himself from understanding that he no longer holds the leadership of this council. The truth of the matter is, we're not dilly-dallying around, we're getting on and doing the job. And when we have this Article 4 direction come back before Cabinet and therefore before full council, the detail will be done. We have already done a heat map of where registered HMOs are going through. We're already undertaking detailed work regarding the council tax list to see where other HMOs which are not registered may be in place. And then we can have a thorough discussion about where would be best to make sure that as far as possible this HMO provision comes into place. We've seen it work under Reform UK-led Durham very efficiently, and we look forward to carrying that forward in that Reform UK tradition of standing up for family, community and country.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Councillor Oasis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not the first time. Can I just ask the leader if he's in full agreement that that vulnerable people should be fully supported with the proper safeguarding procedures in place, which includes safe accommodation and the full support that is at the council's disposal, and rather than just being placed in poorly managed housing?
Councillor Gullis.
May I thank Councillor Casborowicz for that question. And I want to make clear, we're very lucky here in Reform UK, but here as well, Newcastle-Lyme Borough Council, to have Councillor Renshaw with extensive experience, both working formerly here as a housing officer for Newcastle-Lyme Borough Council, but also leading a very successful charity supporting homelessness and those with addictions too within the city of Stoke-on-Trent. That real world life experience is absolutely fantastic, and it is why, as part of this policy review, Councillor Renshaw is extensively looking now at the current homelessness strategy to make sure that the support package is in place and the resources that we have, both in terms of officers and resource and obviously indeed some potential subcontracting, is working to make sure that those who genuinely want to engage in turning their lives around, we in this council will do everything we can to give them the support that they deserve and need in order to do that. But you have to want to engage. You have to want to change. But when they do, this council will make sure that they are housed appropriately and they are supported with the support services wrapped around them too. Navigation House is a great example of a success story that was introduced. There we go. Conservative Party, give you some praise here. Under the previous Conservative administration, but unfortunately for them, opened under us. But it was still, that's just the way the dice roll sometimes. But the key thing is that was a great investment where we got 12 beds. And indeed, that illegal encampment that was near Aldi, those people were able to be removed and put into Navigation House. And I'm hoping for an update soon to hear about the success in starting the journey of turning those people's lives around.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Members, paragraph 4 is about Wally's Quarry. Do any members have any comments, questions on paragraph 4? Councillor Wheeldon on paragraph 3.
Just a comment on paragraph 3. It was just a comment really and a request, if I may. Because when they were talking about homelessness, and there were a couple of points made before that by a gentleman I'll call Councillor Kay, because I can't pronounce your name, I'm awfully sorry, and also the leader referred to nutters, and I don't think that's appropriate when we have mental health problems, especially with vulnerable people who sometimes live in HMOs. So could I ask that members of that party please refrain from using that phrase? I don't think it's appropriate.
Paragraph 4. is about Wally's Quarry. Do members have any comments or questions on paragraph 4? Councillor Casey.
This is a question actually posed at the Health and Wellbeing Committee that's held recently. Following the settlement by Wally's Quarry Limited in relation to the abatement order and abatement order notice, could the council please explain why the costs order awarded against Wally's Quarry was not enforced? And can the council provide an update on the multi-agency working group regarding the progress on the capping and restoration of the site? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I welcome the announcement of the cross-party working group by the leader, and I just wondered if he could provide a little bit more on the powers and remit of the group, and whether its meetings and recommendations will be reported publicly.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any further questions? Councillor Gullis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And regarding Councillor Jones's comments, my view was that when we form that group, when we first meet, that we can have that discussion to set those terms of reference to make sure that, as you say, that it does have some good teeth, that we have obviously that multi-party agency involved, as well as indeed obviously our local member of parliament as well wanted to be part of that too. So there is a genuine spirit of understanding that those who sat in this chamber before us worked incredibly hard to make sure that Wally's Quarry Limited finally were driven out of this borough, albeit leaving behind a terrible stink that we now have to clean up. So that is so I'm hoping, Councillor Jones, that we will have a meeting shortly over the summer to make sure we can get that meeting together. In terms of Councillor Casey Hume, those are very detailed questions. To be honest with you, I don't have the stats and the facts across my head. So rather than trying to blag my way through this, do you mind if I can write to you in detail, answer those questions so that you make sure, and of course, feel free to publish those as you wish.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Any further questions? Members, paragraph 5 is about the community fund. Do members have any comments or questions on paragraph 5? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I welcome the introduction of the community fund, and I just wonder if the leader or cabinet member could let me know if any discussions around governance of the fund to ensure transparency, management of conflict of interest and political impartiality of the allocation of that money.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Simon Tagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's following on from what Councillor Jones said. First, I'd like to say I welcome this scheme. I think also, again, harping back again to the previous administration, it obviously grows out of the Civic Pride Fund, which gave £1,500 to 3-seat wards and so on for each member in a 1-seat ward, 2-seat ward. But I think I do share the concerns about the management around this, the audit of this, and having been a county councillor for many years and seen the scheme there, I've seen some of the horror stories that have happened over funding issues because they've had to set up a framework around it, officers and staff around it. And I understand that all of the money on this, money that's been allotted from this, from the old Civic Pride Fund, also from the Civic Pride money, used to be the Borough Growth Fund, is all going into the members' pot. So there is no money for that sort of safeguards for that office. There's going to be a structure around if it's going to work, and I just think the leader needs to really think of that. If he is thinking about it, please can you tell us any details?
Thank you, Councillor Tagg. Is there any further questions? Councillor Mark Harris.
Just in response to Councillor Tagg, is there any way that we could draw on the experience that he's got from managing similar things in the past?
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Gullis, respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to Councillor Harrison's comment, Councillor Tagg knows the door is always open for him. He's more than welcome to come for a brew whenever he wants, so we can have a good old chit-chat and get his years of experience. But absolutely do not undermine that at all. I think that is a wonderful thing that we should, of course, be harvesting. It's just a shame, as I say, he didn't choose to harvest that on this side of the chamber where he absolutely should have been. But that's a decision he chose to poorly make, in my view. However, Regarding the community funds, and to give assurance to Councillor Jones and what was said there. First of all, the Section 151 officer has written in very in detail, which was within the Cabinet report, regarding terms when it came to how that money could be used, how it could also not be used, and absolutely happy to make sure that is tight. One of the ideas we also had was to make sure that we publish on every councillor's page when money has been gone, so it can say a date, to who it went and what the amount was that was gone with that. So it's publicly available 24 hours a day. And so we will absolutely make sure the governance around this is, of course, tight. At the moment, the advice is that councillors will email in either the Section 151 officer or indeed a Deputy Chief Executive with suggestions. And the idea is that they can provide feedback in these early stages to make sure obviously money can start going out, but they are the guardians, as it were, of the taxpayers' cash to make sure it goes in the right places. Because, of course, as all councillors want, this money should be used for community good. It should never be used in any underhand way. And I can assure councillors that if any councillor on this side of the chamber seek to misuse those funds in any way, they will be immediately booted out of this party and they'll have to go and sit as independent and never be allowed to rejoin. I am not having people undermine public trust and public money. This is about bringing a benefit to the communities that we're proud to serve. And I look forward to seeing the many amazing schemes that councillors will use this money on to improve the lives of the residents they serve.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Any further speakers? Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from the leader's comments, can I just ask how he sees it the funds would support grassroots organisations and local events and voluntary groups and make a visible neighbourhood improvements? It's clearly going to be spread to the whole of the borough, which is a great and positive response from the Reform UK administration. But I'd just like to see if you could just outline how those funds will support.
Well, Councillor Kasparowicz, as a resident, which I am of Torque and Butt Lane, I'm sure you'll be hearing me inundating you soon with requests for the ward that you proudly serve and to make sure we improve the lives of residents in Butt Lane. Very special place indeed. Reginald Mitchell should never be forgotten. I'm sure we can do some amazing work there. Look, in terms of local groups, for example, I've already been emailed quickly, along with Councillor Clark and Councillor Westcott, regarding Kidsgrove Scouts Club, who have outlined, for example, they've recently had to install a brand new boiler, which has caused a lot of damage to what is a very elderly kitchen. And having seen it firsthand this week, I must say I was quite disturbed by what I see. I was there because my son attends it, and they were inquiring whether or not this type of fund could be used to installing or contributing towards a new kitchen, for example. That is the type of way we can support local voluntary groups, because those type of events that they run is important to raising money within their local community. But also we've got many amazing local people who maybe run community litter picks, and maybe they want new litter pickers or the rings for holding the bin bags, stuff like that. That for me is a good use of money. Or indeed, it might be a case that people want to make sure that they have the opportunity to clean up their community. So whether it's skip days that maybe some councillors may want to have, as is done in neighbouring Golden Hill, by example, by Councillor Canaghetti, or indeed if they want to jet wash, as I say, a local bus stop. And that would obviously hopefully be procuring a local business to do that, because that way it means the Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough taxpayers' pound remains in Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough for the benefit of local business. And I think that's something we can all get behind, albeit obviously there should be no conflict of interest with any business that is procured.
Councillor Downs.
Yeah, can I just add to Leader Gullis's comments there about already residents making contact regarding the use of this fund. And, you know, again, similar to himself, I've had people contact me, and I'm pleased to say that, you know, things like local community schools who are looking for funding to help plus funds that suit and support, you know, those children going to certain events, I think is just another really good cause to make sure that our communities don't miss out.
Paragraph 6 is the local government reorganisation. Do members have any comments or questions on this? Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you. This ties in a little with something that was discussed a little earlier about LGA. I'm a techno baby in that I haven't a clue. I can turn a computer on, but nothing much more. So that I wouldn't show any bias, or I could be accused of any secret sort of support or over much support, I went to AI to look at the digital platforms, the smarter public services, or that are being invested with local councils and being embedded in services to actually help me on looking at the LGR. So AI has helped me look at two positions. Jonathan Gullis as the new leader of the council, and also Simon Tagg as the former leader of the council. And what I found, and this is AI, not me, so it's all recorded, that Jonathan Gullis has actually shifted his position completely on local government organisation since being elected in May 26. If I look at the timeline of his views, this is AI, not me. On the 1st of March pre-election, as a former MP and local figure, in his Facebook post titled Local Government Reorganisation, My View, he accepted that major change was coming under Labour and advocated for actively shaping it. He proposed 2 new unitary authorities, North and South Staffordshire, plus a strategic mayoral authority, saying, change is happening, so let's make it work for us. He also framed it as an opportunity for a better and more accountable system. And I have to say, I'm learning because I tried standing up and being very loud. So I'm trying now to sit down and adopt a more circumspect approach to my delivery. On the 2nd of May 26, Reform UK then won control of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough in the local elections, and Mr. Gullis as the elected new councillor. So in late May 26, then as leader, he quickly wrote to Labour's Secretary of State, Steve Reid, calling for the organisation plans to be scrapped immediately. He described them as wasteful and unlikely to succeed due to national government instability, lack of political stability, and lack of ministerial commitment. He has repeated this demand, including as recently as June 26. So that's AI's references and position for Mr. Gullis. If I then look at AI's response to former leader Simon Tagg's consistent position on LGR, it says that he was strongly opposed to Labour government's plans for local government reorganisation in Staffordshire and had a constant position. One, he repeatedly described the reorganisation as forced, unwanted, and unwelcome, arguing there was no clear evidence it would improve services or save money or give any benefit to the residents. Two, Simon Tagg favoured preserving the existing 2-tier system of borough and county, which he said, yes, okay, I will, which he said was already delivering, I think everybody's had a little leeway tonight, in which he said he was already delivering good, cost-effective and locally accountable services. Three, if reorganisation was forced through, the council under his leadership proposed a Newcastle-only unitary authority covering the existing boundaries, including Kidsgrove, to protect local identity. So if we look at the key quotes and actions, finally, Simon Tagg highlighted concerns about a more distant super council, losing local connection and accountability. Led by Simon Tagg, the council ran consultations showing strong local preference for a Newcastle-only option and launched a Save Our Borough campaign. Simon Tagg criticised the process as top-down, politically driven and potentially disruptive to services and council tax. This stance contrasts with the more nuanced early engagement from Jonathan Gullis. He maintained his firm resistance throughout the time, In summary, Simon Tagg was one of the most vocal local opponents of the reorganisation plans. Thank you.
So that's AI, so it must be right.
I guess of course, was a question you ask AI, isn't it?
And of course, just a comment, Councillor Gullis can't have any intelligence of his own then, because it's only AI. So he's not even able to be rehabilitated according to AI. But I think he has been rehabilitated, and we've all seen that with the benefit that he's brought to this county and to the council. It's just a comment.
Councillor Rogerson.
It's okay, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Downs.
I aren't sure if I'm allowed, but I'm not asking a question, but are we really going to use AI in discussions in this forum? I mean, is that really the best use of our time? We all know AI is about the question you ask it. So you'll get the answer skewed to the answers you get. So, I mean, I just find, having been lectured earlier on about detail, that we're now having to use AI and its interpretation of a question to attack a motion. It's just unbelievable.
Thank you, Councillor Down. Councillor Gullis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wilden is indeed correct. I've actually had to search my own Facebook history, and here it is. It says that rather than sitting back, our elected representatives must actively shape a system that truly serves our communities. Because I personally believe, rather than always being reactive, it's sometimes good to be proactive in a system. And having actually had the benefit of being in Westminster, believe me, sitting back and waiting sometimes doesn't always help, because ultimately what is then designed is forced upon you rather than you help shape it. However, I was indeed elected proudly as a Kidsgrove and Ravenscliffe councillor. I was elected as a Reform UK councillor. I'm about to shock the former whips of the Conservative Party in Parliament when I say that sometimes in politics, your party's position is one thing and your view might be different. And at times you have to therefore take that into account. But more important than that, Mr. Mayor, I'm also big enough and been in politics long enough, and ugly enough, I'm sure some might say on the other side, to know that sometimes you don't have to always win every battle. And on this occasion, I accept from the very fine petition and Councillor Tagg amassed, albeit was cancelled from being able to present it on the day of Downing Street because the Prime Minister decided to upstage him by resigning. The reality is the people of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough, my councillors here in the Reform UK group, and of course the wider community have made it very clear to me that local government reorganisation should not go ahead. And I think it's actually good in politics to sometimes say, hands up, hands up. I may be on the wrong side of this particular argument. And whilst I am proud to be the leader of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough Council, I will fight tooth and nail for Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough Council's right to exist. And I absolutely do think it's a complete farce that whilst we're having a change of Prime Minister, the government still has the gall to write to me, letters I've shared with Mr Joji, the MP of Newcastle-Lyme, letters I've shared with the leader of the opposition, to say that how can you in good conscience tell us that the process and the deadlines that you've already drawn up are somehow going to be stuck to? How on earth can anyone with a straight face say that in mid-July we're going to find out the future of local government organisation? We really think Andy Burnham is going to walk in with his coronation crown, doing a selfie video about telling us how dead normal he is, and his black T-shirt to really prove a point, or dark blue, I think he decided to correct the record, because he's so dead normal, you think he's going to go straight into local government reorganisation. It's a farce. And when it gets kicked the can down the road, it's going to put more pressure on officers if the government imposes its illegitimate view, in my opinion, to force us to have to merge with any other authority in our local community. And so it's right. I am proud to have been rehabilitated. And I hope that all councillors will help me on my rehabilitation journey. And maybe the next full council will talk about how many days I've therefore been sober from LGR reorganisation.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Are there any more speakers on paragraph 6?
There you go, Simon, you rehabilitated.
Members, paragraph 7 is about the withdrawal from the Local Government Association. Do members have any comments or questions on this paragraph? Members, paragraph 8 is about the local plan. Do members have any comments or questions on this paragraph? Members, paragraph 9 is about the forward plan. Do members have any comments or questions on this paragraph? Members, that concludes the leader's statement. We will now move to the next item of business. Members, the next substantive item of business is the reports of the chairs of the scrutiny committees. This is agenda item 8. Reports can be found at pages 129 to 121 of your agenda. Reports are attached for the Economy, Place Scrutiny Committee, the Health, Wellbeing and Environmental Scrutiny Committee and the Finance, Assets and Performance Scrutiny Committees. These reports are there for information and noting. Can the reports be received? Members, the next substantive item of business is the reports of chairs from the regulatory committees. This is agenda 9. The report can be found on pages 223 to 227 of your agenda. Reports are attached for the Audit and Standards Committee, Planning Committee and the Licensing and Public Protection Committee. These reports are here for information and noting. Please can these reports be received? Members, the next substantive item of business is the motions of members. 4 motions have been received this evening. The first motion concerning rescinding the Climate Energy Declaration can be found on page 229 of your agenda. This motion is proposed by Councillor Gullis and seconded by Councillor Ashworth. A copy of this report can be found on page 229 of your agenda. An amendment to this motion has been proposed by Councillor Simon Tagg and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. A copy of the amendment can be found on page 231 of your agenda. We will hear from the proposer and the seconder of the original motion first, and then the proposer and the seconder of the amendment will be invited to speak. Councillor Gullis, would you like to speak on your motion, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Taxpayers' money must be focused first and foremost on residents' priorities. Cleaner streets, tackling litter and fly tipping, improving recycling and waste services, protecting parks and green spaces, supporting town centres and delivering core council services efficiently. And this council, under Reform UK leadership, will continue with practical local environmental action, but without the costly and ideological net zero nuttiness that sadly exists. Official UK government figures show that the UK accounts for less than 1% of global territorial greenhouse gas emissions, the lowest in 150 years. Global emissions are overwhelmingly driven by countries like China, who account for around 32% of all global CO2 emissions as of 2024. Net zero ideology simply drives up costs for taxpayers without delivering serious, evidenced improvements to people's lives. And if we have a look at what was taking place here in this council, reversing the electric bin lorry decision has not just saved the taxpayer £70,000 per lorry or 2.19 million in total savings, but plus another 349,000 in associated financing costs saved over 5 years. But what's even more shocking is that when the net zero ideology was being driven by Councillor Tagg through this council, he never foresaw where you were going to plug these charges in, where these lorries were going to be charged. And so 4.2 million was quoted, but no plan to fund it. Another 4.2 million would have had to be magicked out the magic money tree by this Conservative administration in order to continue the net zero nonsense. And sadly, Councillor Tagg is riddled with it. As the former, essentially, cabinet member for net zero at Staffordshire County Council. Let's look at some of the things he was trying to impose upon the people of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough. He wanted biodegradable library cards, seeded bookmarks with no costings attached, carbon literacy training for businesses, more bureaucracy dumped on our SMEs, no costs attached. He wanted to grow the civil service by creating a new electric vehicle infrastructure delivery manager post, more money the taxpayer has to cough up. The tyranny of Tag Force 1,500 officers through net zero ideological training. He planned a climate change conference, more officer time and taxpayers' money wasted on virtue signalling. Maybe Greta Thunberg was going to be appearing as a special guest. Force climate change into decision making through land disposals, budgets, procurement, business plans and governance. Red tape after red tape after red tape, making officers' time be more and more wasted on net zero nonsense. And then finally, wanting to fiddle with the Staffordshire Pensions Net Fund with a net zero strategy, more ideological nonsense, not sound finance. The sad truth is, Mr. Mayor, the Conservative Party hasn't changed. We hear the virtue signalling from Westminster, the attempts to try and whitewash the history, as we've even heard here tonight in this council chamber, from their leader of the party, from their now Shadow Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero, who herself was the former Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero and proudly promoted net zero ideological nonsense, despite the constant haranguing from people like me saying that this is killing our proud ceramic sector, many of whom will be employed and living in Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough. Andrew Bowie, a former Conservative minister in the Department for Energy and Net Zero and now a Shadow Secretary of State, said only in April 2025, nobody's saying that net zero was a mistake. Net zero is the round, in the round, was the eminently sensible thing to do. We need to decarbonise and we need to have an ambitious target to aim for. He didn't put that on a leaflet, did he? When in Aberdeen South, the Conservative Party ran on a drill, baby, drill strategy. So looking at the amendment that will come before us, I ask simply, Councillor Tagg, is Kerry Badenoch right or is she wrong? Because from what I can see of your amendment, you and her couldn't be more polar opposite in your views on this net zero nonsense. And as we saw in Worcestershire County Council, she's not quick at removing the whip when it comes to Conservative councillors if they don't obey her every instructions. So I fear for you, Councillor Tagg, I fear for your future as a Conservative by pushing this amendment. And therefore I ask you to do the sensible thing, back our amendment, save your political career, and maybe, just make sure the Conservative Party looks conservative again.
Mr. Mayor, can I just point out to the meeting that as we are nearly at 3 hours, unless a resolution is passed to continue the meeting, then I'm afraid it will have to stop immediately.
Councillor Gullis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pass a resolution and the meeting continues.
Seconded.
Motion carried. Councillor Ashworth, would you like to second?
It's really important, please.
Councillor Wheeldon.
On 3 occasions now, and the leader's just used it again, and I did ask, I'm asking people at the top table, is the word nutty and nuttiness appropriate to be used? That's the 3rd time it's happened. There are people in our community who suffer mental health issues. I don't like the word. Could we have a ruling on whether it's appropriate language for this chamber?
I think there is I absolutely take your point, but I think there's an issue about the, shall we say, cut and thrust of debate where matters are sometimes said which are perhaps nearer the cusp than necessary. I'm not going to rule it can't be used.
Councillor Tiff.
Just with regards to the nuttiness word, I've just checked. AI says it's a fun, playful word, so I feel like we should be okay.
What does someone think of the carbon being used? Scrappy something.
Councillor Ashworth, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am pleased to second this motion, and I do so because it reflects a simple truth. Taxpayers' money should go first to the things that residents actually need. The cleaner streets, less litter, less fly tipping, better recycling, well-kept parks and green spaces, and a thriving town centre, not a target adopted 7 years ago by the previous administration with little thought for the cost. Let's be honest about the scale of the problem this council signed up to. Official government figures show the UK's own emissions are now 54% below 1990 levels, and this country accounts for less than 1% of global emissions, the lowest share in a century and a half. Meanwhile, China alone is projected to account for 32% of global CO2 emissions this year. No amount of virtue signalling at Newcastle-Under-Lyme changes the arithmetic. What it does change is our own budget. Look at what this agenda is actually delivering nationally. Britain is building wind farms faster than the grid can carry the power they produce. So turbines are routinely paid to switch off while other generation is used instead, a cost that lands straight on household energy bills. Live grid data has put the cost of this wasted wind at around 171,000 an hour, and Octopus Energy's own tracker recorded roughly 650 million lost to it in 2025 alone, over 50% higher than the year before. Britain is on course to spend 8 billion a year paying wind farms not to generate unless a grid problem. It's costing us our industry. Volkswagen, one of the largest manufacturers in Europe, is reportedly closing 4 German factories and cutting to 100,000 jobs. Squeezed between.
You might stop.
Is our heritage. That sector runs overwhelmingly on gas and high temperature firing, and it is already under pressure. With the number of firms in North Staffordshire falling since 2018, none of this means we stop caring about our environment. It means refusing to foot the bill for the problems this council did not create and cannot fix by some gimmick declaration. I therefore second this motion and urge colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashworth. Councillor Simon Tagg, would you like to propose your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly would. And I think just to directly respond to Councillor Gullis and talking about my previous role at the County Council, we were acting under the Environment Act 2021, and I'd like to know what Councillor Gullis's voting record was on the Environment Act and its many going through Parliament and what he said against that. That'll be interesting when he comes back. But we're amending this today because I think we realise this is a new administration. It's taken a different approach. What I don't want to see is the baby thrown out with the bathwater here. And I think acknowledging the new administration's desire to rescind the declaration from 2019 and not seeking to rerun those debates that happened in 2017, which member from the Reform side said it, I agree with it. We have moved on now. And I think we need to look at the circumstances as they are now. And not only that, also see that there is a wind change in public's reaction as well to the climate change agenda. But secondly, it's important to commit to, and it's already been said as well, about our natural environment, addressing the impact of changing climate. It is changing. Let's debate. You can debate about what is causing the change. But the challenges facing our communities remain because of that, whether it's flooding, extreme weather, energy resilience, loss of biodiversity, and environmental quality and practical consequences for residents across the borough. We need to, we talk about our green spaces, we talk about our parks. They're an important asset that we need to protect and also help biodiversity to live and flourish within those. So I think a lot has been said about ideology, sound bites and virtue signalling, but I think on Councillor Gullis's side, there's also ideology, virtue signalling and sound bites in his approach to this new approach that everybody must be against caring for the climate, caring for the environment. I think there's still a majority in this borough and also in this country for the approach which we've taken here, which was a sensible approach to environmental policy through our sustainable environment strategy, which the new administration is scrapping. So I call on them in this amendment to make sure that we have a framework in place that continues to protect that environment before we throw the baby out with the bathwater. Also, the amendment recognises the council as operating within statutory frameworks established by Parliament. I've talked about one, the Environment Act 2021, during the 2019 to 2024 Parliament. And obviously, legislation relating to flooding, management, local government and environment places responsibility and powers on councils, but we have to do those by law. It's legislation, so we make sure that that is in the new plan as well. And a key part of the amendment is to bring forward a new sustainability environmental plan for this borough, rather than relying on the slogans and the social media sound bites that Councillor Gullis likes to do on a daily basis on this subject. And I think it's really important that our residents understand that when we have a plan, that we have their focus and their needs at heart. And I think that is around our green spaces. I think members have already talked about litter collections, grass cutting, and all those sorts of things which people require to be done to make their environment nice and to make it sustainable as well for the future. So that's our amendment. Davey's going to talk as well in the seconding for it. And I think the approach, which residents support is a deep love of their local environment. They want cleaner streets, they want well-maintained parks, thriving green spaces, and they want the council also to spend the money wisely, focused on practical results. And if you look at our sustainable environment strategy that's council brought forward, that's what we had up until obviously 2026 May. And it's this, if this administration wishes now to move forward and move on from the 2019 declaration, it should replace it with a clear, locally focused, affordable plan for further environmental improvements, and we will support that if it comes forward. This amendment reasonably constructs a reasonable and pragmatic approach and recognises financial realities, respected differences in views from the original declaration, ensures that this borough takes environmental responsibility seriously and delivering for our local taxpayers as well. So I move the amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon-Tag. Councillor Hutchinson, would you like to second the amendment, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have pleasure in seconding this motion. The motion requests that Cabinet first develop and bring forward a new sustainable environment strategy for our Newcastle Borough, together with supporting action plans such as continuing with the grass management strategy, the tree planting strategy and the tree management strategy. Trees give shade, blossom supports butterflies and bees, berries support birds, and the leaves support caterpillars, which are a vital food source for many bird species, providing essential nutrients for their growth and development, particularly for nestlings. Any strategy could also lay out practical measures to reduce littering and fly tipping and increase recycling. The administration could start by renaming the portfolio from waste, recycling and green spaces to recycling, residual waste and green spaces. We all want recycling to be a greater percentage than the residual waste, and this is something that could be included in any strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Gullis, do you consent to the amendment?
No.
Councillor Ashworth, do you consent to the amendment?
No.
Councillor Lefroy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say a few words about this. I very much support the amendment, but I want to suggest, sorry. Not now. Okay, apologies.
Members, there is no agreement to amend the original motion, so now we must debate and take a vote on whether or not to amend the original motion. Do any members wish to speak on the proposed amendment? Councillor Frew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I apologise for coming in too early. I just want to make a couple of points about this very important issue. I support the amendment, but I also am very much in favour of the pragmatic approach to the tackling of climate change. Earlier this year, in the course of my work, I visited a factory in Belgium making food ingredients. This factory was 40,000 square metres and every single part of the roof was covered with solar panels. That factory did not draw any electricity at any time from the grid. It had batteries. It was supplying the grid as well as using all its own electricity at a huge net saving to itself. This is the future. When I see our lovely fields covered with solar farms, I think this is not the future. We are wasting valuable agricultural land on this. What we should be doing is insisting that every new building, as in the case in my ward in Baldwin's Gate, all the new homes put up by Bellway will have solar panels, which is much cheaper to do than retrofitting them. We should be insisting that all the big buildings and ideally all residential buildings, when they're built, should have these included. It's much cheaper. It brings great benefits to the householder, great benefits to industry. This is something which I believe is within the power of the council. Certainly, it should be within the power of national government to insist on it. And as I say, my eyes were opened by seeing this incredible factory in Belgium, which was totally self-sufficient in a country on a similar latitude to ours with similar hours of sunshine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frew. Any other speakers? Councillor Gullis, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with regards to the last contribution from Councillor Frew, who I hold in very high regard, I know is very well regarded still down in Westminster and was a fine local parliamentarian, someone I certainly tried to model myself on when it came to obviously being a doughty local champion. His view on solar panels on the tops of houses that are new built or indeed industrial warehousing and stuff like that is total common sense. And I think we all agree with that. The problem is we have a grid network that simply cannot handle the power that is generated. The fact that Councillor Ashworth rightly pointed out that wasted wind, looked at by Octopus Energy and indeed by the Looking for Growth group, have pointed out that billions of pounds of taxpayers' money is paying to turn the turbines off. And then that cost is being passed on to our energy bills. This is when the net zero goes too far. And it's very sad to see that case. As to regards to Councillor Tagg, referring to my voting record, Councillor Tagg, I have no doubt that I voted in favour. At one point, I was a good boy and used to follow the party line. I know that you want to tell us what a good boy you are as well in all the things that you've been saying tonight. But what I would say is, Councillor Tagg, that never in my time as a Member of Parliament did I ever have you write to me, message me, or even call me to push back against what you now think went too far down in Whitehall and Westminster. Never did you say, as the leader of this local authority, that can't you, Jonathan, go down to Westminster and make a ruckus, make a noise? Can't you fight back against this? Not even did you challenge your own Conservative government when you were the leader of this local authority, when you had the majority to do so. But you are quick to attack, rightly, the Labour administration. So the problem is there is a double standard about what you could have done. You could have fought against the net zero nonsense as aggressively as you fought against LGR. I know where I went wrong. That's why I left the Conservative Party, and I've apologised for being part of a government that was pursuing an agenda that was not based and grounded in common sense or delivering for people in our community. And I vigorously fought against net zero when it came to ceramics, and I asked for net zero to be totally removed from all energy-intensive industries because it was killing our jobs, it's killing our kilns. And we're seeing that with jobs going overseas. And I dealt with that very issue of Johnson Tiles when they moved production over to India from their base in Tunstall. It's why I left the Conservative Party, Councillor Tagg, because the Conservative Party is still riddled to the core with this net zero nonsense. It won't let go of it. It still thinks, as its own Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland thinks, that it's a noble aim and that we should still pursue it, despite the rhetoric that we hear from the leader of the Conservative Party. We are not daft, and the public are not daft, and the public have not forgotten what came about under Conservative rule. And it's very sad to see that even today you can't do the simplest of thing, which is to align with your party leader in Westminster to say no more to net zero. The final thing, Mr. Mayor, is this. Councillor Tagg has admitted that there was funding that he wants to put in to the Jubilee 2 for an air source heat pump. But at no stage did Councillor Tagg ask the simple question I've already asked. Has anyone checked if the boiler needs changing? It was just lazily assumed by the manufacturer's end of life, supposed, which they put in there for warranty reasons, that this needed changing. And he got some government grants. That government grant is called taxpayers' money. It's called income tax or general taxation. And then it was going to be boosted up with council taxpayers' money to invest in air source heat pumps that, quite frankly, may not even be needed. And so I'm proud to have asked a simple question. Do the boilers need changing? And a report will be coming to me shortly to tell me whether or not they do. And if they don't need changing, I'm telling everyone now, we will not be installing these air source heat pumps under this terrible contract that's tied in taxpayers' money from this borough, as well as income taxpayers' money, into a daft scheme that provides nothing of any real public benefit other than ticking more net zero virtue signaling boxes. We will put people before the policies of Greta Thunberg, and I'm proud to stand up and say that is how Reform UK leads.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. The proposed amendment has been moved, seconded and debated. We now need to take a vote now on whether or not to amend the original motion.
Mr. Mayor, I have to have a summing up of my amendment, I believe. I'm entitled to that. Yep.
In order, the mover.
Councillor Salmon Tagg.
Thank you. Yes, I'm still putting forward this amendment. I think it's a good amendment, and I think it takes that sort of measured approach, which I think the people of Newcastle would welcome. I think what we've seen from Councillor Gullis is he's just getting a lot off his chest here, which he couldn't say in Parliament because he didn't have the nerve to, because he was following the party line. So for my part, during that period, made sure that this council's, with help from two portfolio holders, lastly David, that our sustainable environment strategy took that measured approach and in improvements. And when it comes to J2, that funding was clearly being focused, if you read the Cabinet report, into energy efficiencies. So any changes that we wanted to make were to bring forward energy efficiency to save taxpayers money in those in J2, which of course is our main, biggest energy sapping and costly building, with it being a swimming pool and a sports centre. So I'm not going to say any more. I'm going to obviously still put forward this amendment, and I think put it to the vote and then see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon Tagg. Councillor Gullis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad Councillor Tagg referred to my voting record, because there was only 25 Conservative MPs who voted against the electric vehicle mandate. All the others, including, I think, the entirety of the shadow cabinet, ran through the Yes lobby with their buddies in Labour, the uni party in full display. 25 of us rebelled, and I was one of them. There was also MPs standing up saying that we should open a coal mine in Cumbria because there was coking coal that could support our steel industry, create high-skilled, well-paid jobs of around £80,000. I stood up in the chamber and spoke. That's also in Hansard, although Councillor Tagg omitted to look into that particular debate. And what did the Conservative government say at the time? No, we're going to block the coking coal from being open. So I am very proud to put my record out there, Councillor Tagg, because I stood up for common sense. I stood up for the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Torquay, as I did back then. Now I'm standing up for the people of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough by saying no more to net zero.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. The proposed amendment has been moved, seconded and debated. We need to take a vote now on whether or not to amend the original motion as proposed. All those in favour of the amendment? All those against? The amendment hasn't been passed.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, can I just get clarification? Do you say the amendment's been passed? Sorry, being deaf in one ear, sometimes it's hard to hear.
Hasn't been passed. Amendment, we now move to the debate on the motion. Would Councillor Gullis care to speak?
Can I just verify? My understanding was going to be the Conservative motion next. I've got nothing left to say.
Any members wish to speak?
Let's move to the debate.
Can we please move to the vote? All those in favour? All those against?
No abstentions. That's carried.
Motion carried. Members, the next motion relates to the Save Our Borough campaign and was being proposed by Councillor Simon Tagg and seconded by Councillor Holland. A copy of the report can be found on pages 233 and 234 of your agenda. Any amendment to this motion has been proposed by Councillor Gullis and seconded by Councillor Shaw. Can be found on page 235 of your agenda. We hear from the proposer and seconder of the original motion first, and then the proposer and the seconder of the amendment will be invited to speak. Councillor Simon Tagg, would you like to speak on your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mell. I'll keep this short because I think we had a debate about this in the leader's statement. I know it's getting late. I'll just put on record, thank the over 11,000 people that signed the Save Our Borough petition. I was so pleased to deliver that eventually into the MHCLG in London rather than on the day, obviously, at number 10 when the Prime Minister resigned. And I will accept, we will accept the amendment put forward by the Reform Group and hope that that letter can go to the new Prime Minister, probably when he's in position finally, whenever that happens, if it is him, is a he. I would take the motion as read and move it. Thank you.
Councillor Gullis, would you like to sum up? Oh, sorry. Councillor Holland, would you like to second the motion?
I tell you what, I'll second it before it's summed up, and that will be the right order of doing things, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to second the motion moved by Councillor Tagg. Can I thank him on behalf of all of us who signed and supported the petition against the merger of this loyal and ancient borough into an arbitrarily larger, more remote, less democratic council, destroying our local identity, putting our assets and services at risk from outside plunder, and potentially putting our taxpayers on the hook for public debts they did not run up nor have a say in. I welcome that this chamber, like its predecessor, has a broad consensus on the whole of the government's unnecessary and unwelcome programme of local government reorganisation. The amendment tabled on behalf of the administration, which we will accept, shows that there is very little difference between us on this matter of great importance to local people. I hope that we can once again vote with unanimity as we continue to anticipate the falling of the ministerial axe. We will not stand idly by while the government harms the interests of our residents in this or any other matter. I stand in solidarity on that, I hope, with the leadership. Save our borough.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Gullis, would you like to propose your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just say a big thank you to the Conservative group for the constructive way in which they accepted the amendment, and we absolutely will make sure that that letter goes out, and any signature of any councillor to the new Prime Minister, let's be honest, it'll be Andy Burnham, should also be included on that letter, and I will make sure that's available for all members to email in when the letter's written. And I will happily work with the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Labour group to work on the wording, and I'm sure that Councillor Jones will want to put on the record his disgust at his sadly Labour colleagues in Westminster trying to impose their imperial rule upon this royal and ancient and loyal borough.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Councillor Shaw, would you like to second the amendment, please?
Yes, I'll second that.
Councillor Tagg, Simon Tagg, do you consent to the amendment?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Holland, do you consent to the amendment?
Mr. Mayor.
The amended motion now becomes the substantive motion which will be debated upon. Members, raise your hands if you wish to speak on this motion. No. Can we move to the vote, please? All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Motion is passed. The next motion is for the protection of council-owned green spaces and has been proposed by Councillor Fear and seconded by Councillor Simon Tagg. A copy of the report can be found on pages 237 and 238 of your agenda. An amendment to this motion has been proposed by Councillor Gullis and seconded by Councillor Ashworth. All copies of the amendment can be found on page 239 of your agenda. We will hear from the proposer and the seconder of the original motion first, and then the proposer and the seconder of the amendment will be invited to speak. Councillor Fear, would you like to speak on your motion, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Now, planning has been a focus of this meeting in some respects so far, and what I would urge colleagues to think about here is that this is a pragmatic and sensible approach about trying to fireproof some of our green spaces for the future. We were given an unwelcome Christmas present a couple of years ago by that colossus of political thought, Angela Rayner, pushing up the number of housing units that were going to be imposed on this borough, and that I'm afraid, with the change of leadership with Mr. Reid, the former leader of that wonderful, successful council at Lambeth, has not changed. What we can do, though, is make sure that some of our green spaces can be taken out of anything that's imposed on us in the future. So the Fields in Trust charity, as the motion says, will actually produce a legally binding deed of dedication, which ensures that that land remains for public use. We can save this stuff. And that's very, very important. It's not a very fancy thing. We're not going to sort of get headlines out of it, but it will actually work. And I hope that we can do this I also hope that other landowners, such as the county council, will follow our lead and do this as well to try and protect green spaces. Now, this is, as I say, a rather dull way of doing things, but it's a lot better than showboating. There's no point in saying we can resist a new local plan. We can't. Moreover, if we do that, the men from the ministry will come and they will drop one on us. And more than that, they will actually charge us for the pleasure as well. So, again, the leader of council has talked about pragmatics and learning about stuff. Here, I think there is a pragmatic approach to what we can do in the future to protect our borough. And there's also stuff where we can make a song and dance and we can go to bed at night and feel really happy because we ain't going to pick up the tab. And the bad stuff is going to happen anyway. So this I hope is something which is a practical measure which we can all support tonight. It will ring fence and protect things. Now, looking to other stuff, I'll reserve my comments for the amendment for when the amendment's proposed. But I do think that what we have here is a very practical way of trying to save ourselves from the scourge of the Labour Party, because that scourge is coming.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Simon Tagg, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to second it and just briefly say that I think this is about finishing the job that was already started by the previous administration, protecting those sites. As Councillor Fear has just indicated, those 88 plus sites which are linked to our amendment are in every ward, rural, town, in between, town centre, they're across the board, and a lot of them were under threat previously in the joint local plan, as I said earlier, and we need to ensure that protection is carried through Fields and Trust as well. And also, as Councillor Fear has said, that asking other landowners, such as the County Council, and those two sites which are mentioned in our motion are College Fields in Madeley, where the County Council is fencing off and is looking at future sale, I feel, and also where they're actually doing that, selling land around Hoon Avenue, but there's a playing fields in the middle, which is currently leased out to the school there, but there's no fence and public access is allowed. That needs to be, I believe, protected with Fields and Trust. So we want the leader of the council to support that, and in his amendment he's not doing, so we'll debate that in a minute.
Thank you, Councillor Tagg. Councillor Gullish, would you like to propose your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I've said previously, Reform UK is totally committed to making sure that we love and protect and invest in our green spaces, particularly our wonderful parks. But of course, what we've seen here is essentially not the be-all and end-all layer of protection that is currently kind of being projected. Whilst it does indeed offer some sort of barrier, it does not necessarily mean that it in any way guarantees that these sites could never be forced to be used under the Secretary of State's powers. And that is why we're being very cautious in making sure that, having only been in place for 7 weeks, that we're going to take the time to deep dive into what was undergoing from the previous administration, to understand all the implications and the costs associated with that too, and therefore come back, I'm sure, in the not too distant future to demonstrate, because I totally agree with Councillor Fear and Councillor Tagg, that places like Birchamwood, places like Bathpool, places like the Lyme Valley Park, all these should be protected. Those type of sites I'm absolutely happy to see go forward as part of a Fields of Trust. But of course, I would like to have the time, Mr. Mayor, to properly evaluate all the sites being proposed, to understand the implications and make sure that those spaces are protected. And this Reform UK Council will always protect access across our borough to our precious green spaces. And I hope, therefore, the Conservatives will understand why, if they just be a little bit more patient, maybe they will be happy with the answer going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Councillor Ashworth, would you like to second the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to second. Let me be clear from the outset. Reform UK supports protecting green spaces. Nobody in this chamber needs convincing that parks, playing fields and open spaces matter to residents. The question tonight is not whether we protect green spaces, it is how. Our amendment keeps the principle the Conservatives claim to champion: protecting parks, open spaces, playing fields and public access. but it does not tie this council's hands to a single legal mechanism. Local plan policy, asset management controls, planning policy, direct investment, direct ownership, the right safeguard depends on the site. Let us talk about record versus rhetoric. This is the same previous Conservative administration whose local plan submitted in December 2024 included 227 hectares of greenbelt land, 28 hectares of it in council ownership. This is the same administration that in July 2024 was still pursuing solar panels on 8.9 hectares of council land next to Keele Cemetery. So before members opposite lecture this side of the chamber on protecting green land, they might reflect on that record. Meanwhile, this council faces the risk of a government-forced local plan requiring over 2,000 additional homes across this borough. This is a far bigger threat to our greenfields and greenbelt. Our amendment names that risk plainly. The original motion barely acknowledges it. And we are not simply talking. We have identified funding that the previous administration either sat on or didn't bother to find out existed to invest in our local parks, as the leader of the council previously outlined, will come before Cabinet in the coming months ahead. This is what practical commitment to green spaces looks like, and this Reform UK-led council will protect green spaces sensibly, honestly, and in their long-term interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashworth. Councillor Fear, do you consent to the amendment?
I do not.
Councillor Simon Taggart, do you consent to the amendment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Members, as there's no agreement to amend the original motion, so we can now debate and take a vote on whether or not to amend the original motion. Do any members wish to speak on the proposed amendment? Councillor Simon Tagg.
Thank you. I think what we've heard from the Leader of the Council just isn't good enough. I think it should send alarm bells ringing throughout this borough, I think, because what he needs to understand is that these sites are already protected in the local plan, but that not does give it permanent protection. A number of them have village green status. Others aren't able to get village green status because of the Labour administration between 2012 and 2017 using a mechanism to rule out village green status. The mechanism we've gone for is Fields and Trust. And if you read the Cabinet agenda, you will see that that gives it protection in perpetuity. So I believe, and I'm sure if you check with your officers, that even the Secretary of State can't overturn that. So it's simple, but clear mechanism, solid mechanism protecting those green spaces. And I just wonder what the the motivation is behind Councillor Gullis's attempt now to renege on that. We're halfway through a number of these. They should be allowed to go through and get accreditation, and the others should be put through the system as well to enable them to be protected for future generations. So really worried about the stance that this new administration is taking.
Thank you, Councillor Simon Tagg. Anybody else wish? Councillor Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've lost the Labour Party. They've gone. However will we cope? Goodness me. I sympathise again with the Reform Group in moving their text, in moving this amendment. They are right to want to get some of their talking points across. They're absolutely itching to put themselves some distance between their group and the local plan, and it suits them very well to argue that they are the true protectors of our green spaces in spite of the local plan adoption vote earlier tonight. Councillor Gullis, you may have gathered most of your group voted in favour. What troubles me about the amended text is what's missing. Fields in Trust is a century-old charity. It has royal patronage. They help us. They help councils like us to place legally binding restrictions on our parks and playing fields so that they are protected in perpetuity from predators, including cash-strapped future local authorities with an eye on asset disposals for capital receipts. And that, I have to say, with our minds on local government reorganisation, I know it's shocking. With our minds on local government reorganisation, that is one of my concerns. It's not just about us and the situation we face now. It's what's it going to be looking like in the future. So I very much hope that once they have gone away and investigated, that the administration will find that that form of protection is effective and is appropriate for us to roll out. Councillor Gullis says I should be patient. I am impatient for protection. I am impatient on behalf of my residents. Councillor Ashworth mentioned record versus rhetoric. He'll be delighted to know that I have a whole piece on this because in all of my years as a local councillor, I've only ever made one promise to the people of the Westlands who have repeatedly elected me, and that was to protect our green spaces. It was a key issue at the time when I was first elected. It's continued to be over a long period of time. And in the Westlands, I'm delighted to say that thanks to the leadership of Councillor Tagg and to successive votes by this council over a long period of time, Clayton Road Field, the green space between Earls Drive and Clayton Road, is now more protected than it has ever been. And long may it continue. So I cannot support the amendment which replaces a binding commitment with what I see as warm words. No firm commitment to our green spaces at all, but I am extremely supportive of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Fear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a funny old world, isn't it? 5 minutes ago, the leader of the council was telling us how tremendously active reform were they would go in for action and not. Now he's arguing for dithering and vacillation. Interesting U-turn, faster than turning around an oil tanker, fairly impressive at the end of the day. What's being proposed here is, as has been outlined by colleagues, a neat, straightforward solution to protect green spaces in the borough. There is no reason for us to dither about this. I have heard no good reason for that in any shape or form. Then we've got, of course, some little bits of spoiler. They're again meant to produce the notion that reform are a victim of things. Yes, hectares were taken out of the green belt for the local plan, because that was required. And again, I would just simply turn to my colleagues in the Reform Party and say, what would you have not done that's been done? Because something would have had to be done. And you're not telling us what the alternative was. Again, this is the politics of the playground. Let's point the finger, but actually not pick up responsibility. As I say, what we're proposing here is very straightforward. It is a practical, straightforward solution to protect things and future-proof things. What it isn't is showboating, saying that we're going to ignore national legislation, just let the men from the ministry come in, we'll feel good, and everybody will suffer. But this actually, everybody wins. So I think we should abandon the amendment. I would hope that the principle of saving green spaces is one we can all agree on, and we can simply vote on the substantive motion.
Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I've just heard is, I mean, long words and really well articulated is we should trust them. And I think I can tell you now, we mustn't trust them. Isn't it just a bit ironic, the coincidence of rushing through, or maybe rushing through on the 19th of May before the new administration took over on the 20th of May regarding the local plan? I think we deserve to have time to look at what is being proposed here. We are absolutely committed to organising and supporting anything that protects our green spaces, not just council-owned green spaces, I might add. So I cannot see why it's not reasonable we take time to review and understand the implications of this.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. Councillor Gullis, would you like to sum up?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I enjoyed the pre-rehearsed attack from Councillor Tagg in his extensive binder folder there, where he had his pre-written lines to try and claim somehow that we don't care about our green spaces, despite the wording of the amendment saying is committed to protecting parks, open spaces and playing fields as vital community assets supporting health, recreation, sports and play. I don't know how much more plainly I could have put it in terms of how we support these particular spaces. And Councillor Fear obviously is all-seeing, all-knowing when it comes to everything. And God forbid, within 7 weeks, I haven't got across every single policy, every single report, every single decision made by the previous administration. Well, Councillor Fear, patience sometimes is a virtue. And of course, obviously, our time was taken up with the local plan. And many Reform councillors, from what I've been told by Councillor Tagg whilst we were in the chamber, is that, or Councillor Holland actually, sorry, directly in a debate, did indeed vote through the local plan because they understood the implications of doing that meant that it was going to protect more of our green spaces. So we have and we will continue to make uncomfortable and difficult decisions. We didn't dodge this particular one. We stood right beside you. So I find it quite absurd, really, the inclination, the inferring, as Councillor Tagg was doing, to sort of suggest what might be happening is a clever old campaign trick that Councillor Tagg is very well versed in, and he'll have to learn how to change the graphic that he's probably got pre-designed by Councillor Swain over there to put out on their social media later on to infer somehow that we're against green spaces. But we all see the nonsense coming. We all see the games that are being played. The motion couldn't be clearer about how important our green spaces are. And I hope every councillor from across the political divide, albeit the Labour group having walked out, I assume, to dodge demanding their own Labour government don't impose 2,000 plus homes on our rural and ancient borough any further. So I hope that common sense can prevail and a bit of time, a bit of patience, will go a long way to making sure that we can get the result that we all want, which is making sure our green spaces are loved and protected for the generations going before after us.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. The proposed amendment has been moved, seconded and debated. We need to take a vote now on whether or not to amend the original motion as proposed. All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried. The amendment is passed. Members, the amendment has now been carried and so the motion now amended stands as a motion now before the council, which must be debated and voted upon. I will ask any member if they wish to speak on the motion before offering a final right of reply to the mover and the seconder of the motion. Do any members wish to speak on the motion now amended? Councillor Simon Tagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be voting now against this amended motion because it doesn't, obviously, it remains silent. It's been removed, obviously, the completion of the Fields in Trust programme, which is a great shame, I think. And as I said earlier, residents will now be very concerned. Also, it was in the original motion, there was regular reports, progress reports to come to, whether it's Cabinet or Council or whatever. They are not going to happen now. Expanded protection for additional sites. Again, this was a moving feast. It was getting bigger and bigger. More sites were coming in, and would be moved forward for Fields in Trust. And also that important, and I think one of the Reform members mentioned, is not just council-owned land. No, it's not. Our original motion was about other landholders in the borough, particularly the county council, who we were going to approach about the disgusting reform decision relating to College Fields to fence that off. And also, obviously, preempting what I think will be a reformed sale of Hoon Avenue playing fields by asking them to move forward with Fields in Trust protection. Those aren't in this now amended motion, so we will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Simon Tagg. Councillor Fear, do you wish to speak?
No, Councillor Tagg has said everything most eloquently that I wish to say.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Gullis, do you wish to say a few words?
Just I constantly admire, Mr. Mayor, how the shadow cabinet, essentially, or spokespeople, I believe, Mr. Councillor Tagg, has referred to them, constantly referred to how wonderful and beautiful and amazing he all is. It's nice to see the tyranny of tag remains strong in the Conservative group. All I would say, Mr. Mayor, is that, as I say, we are proud of our green spaces. We love our Royal Ancient Borough, and this Reform Council will do everything to make sure they are protected. And we will use the summer to review as an executive all the work that's been done in the previous administration, I'm sure very admirably, and make sure that we come forward as soon as possible, Councillor Tagg, in the forward plan of what the administration intends to do. And therefore, I gladly recommend that we vote now for the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Members, I now ask you to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour? All those against? The motion as amended has passed. The final motion concerning the withdrawal of the council from the membership of the Local Government Association can be found on page 241 of your agenda. The motion has been proposed by Councillor Gullis and seconded by Councillor Shaw. As an amendment to this motion has been passed by Councillor Simon Tagg and seconded by Councillor Wheeldon. A copy of the amendment can be found on pages 243 and 244 of your agenda. We will hear from the proposer and the seconder of the original motion first, and then the proposer and the seconder of the amendment, which will be invited to speak. Councillor Gullis, would you like to speak on your motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And let's just say this. It was not a shock to us to see the declarations of interest one after the other lining up to show how in bed the Conservative group is in with the LGA. And I must say, I do wonder if the amendment that we're going to hear about later, who was pushing it? Councillor Abby Brown, the former, I believe now, Deputy Conservative Group Leader of the LGA, with all those interests that she has, or indeed just other Conservative colleagues all across the country demanding the protection of this Blairite quango based in Westminster that Councillor Tagg is so keen to protect. It seems bizarre to me that the Conservative Party, who now present themselves as the party of change, want to keep the old establishment in place, the Blairite consensus that ruined the constitution of this nation, that's brought tyranny upon the communities that we live in with many bits of legislation and quangos, as you know, Councillor Tagg, with the Environment Agency, that has to be pushed and prodded and demanded in order to get things done. Why then? Why spend tens of thousands of taxpayers' hard-earned cash to some office in Westminster when the people are sick and tired of a broken Westminster political system? A cosy, as the LGA is, self-serving establishment funded by hard-working taxpayers who see absolutely nothing in return. Conference trips, hotel stays, travel expenses, officer time, all paid for by the taxpayer with no benefit whatsoever to local people. It's a talking shop that exists to protect the political class, not the public. And Reform UK promised to do things differently. Under this Reform UK-led administration, we are proud to be doing so. The LGA, from accounts that can be found from 2012-13 till today, have received £627.63 million of taxpayers' money, either through council subscriptions, that's called council tax, or by government grants, that's called general taxation. This big bloated bureaucracy is an absolute abomination, taking money away that could have filled 8 million potholes, or could have repainted, resurfaced and put new equipment into 30,000 local playgrounds and parks if that money had been interest instead. But it doesn't end there. The 2025-26 accounts of the LGA show just how bad it is. Just 51% of its members believe the LGA demonstrates value for money. That's down 4% on the previous year. The LGA's chairman pay jumped from 55,000 to 70,000 in a single year, a 27% rise. 38 LGA staff were paid over £100,000 last year, including 2 who were paid more than 215,000. 324 staff Roughly 2/3 of the entire workforce were paid £50,000 or more. Total staff costs rose by 8.3% in a single year to £49.87 million. That's actually more than the council tax subscriptions and indeed the government grants that gets given to the LGA, with an average headcount of 514. The LGA's pension scheme surplus grew to 89.6 million to 122 million in just 12 months. And its London property portfolio, plush London offices with its rooftop terrace where many a drink is enjoyed by Conservative members, I'm sure, with all those declarations of interest in the past. Smith Square HQ plus Leyden House, do you know what that's valued at, Mr. Mayor? £96.4 million in property, sat there doing nothing but feathering the nest of a favoured few. We already have elected councillors, officers, legal advice, financial advice, external audits, statutory inspection regimes, public scrutiny, overview and scrutiny committees, cabinet, full council and direct routes to government. We don't need to pay thousands of pounds of taxpayers' hard-earned money to be part of a national club to know how to run a council. Let me be clear. Leaving the ELGA is not about avoiding scrutiny, despite what I suspect is pre-rehearsed lines from the opposite benches, because we have those overview and scrutiny committees. We have our own officers who have professional legal, financial and statutory advice built into every decision we make. MHCLG, central government oversight and statutory reporting lines remain exactly as they were. An external audit, independent professional financial scrutiny of every pound we spend. But most importantly, Mr. Mayor, it's the public. The public are the ones who decide about the future of our council. The public determine whether or not we've done a good enough job. They are the ones that we are accountable to. And the fact that we're already saving £65,700 over the course of the money not being spent on the LGA, as we saw under the previous administration, goes to show that we are first and foremost focused on Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough Council.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Councillor Shaw, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, I'll second that motion, yeah.
Councillor Simon Tagg, would you like to propose your amendment, please?
I certainly would. I'll try to keep it brief, but I just think we've had a lot of, sort of vocal and real sort of tub thumping. Is that the word? Is that the word we used to use tonight? But this one is really the most unhinged, I think, from the new leader of the council. I think the reason for this amendment is to ensure that any decision taken by this council is based on evidence, a transparency approach, and an assessment of the facts, not the personal preference or the grudge of the leader of the council. The original motion asked the council to endorse a policy withdrawal from the LGA, yet the cabinet report on this very issue is due to come in August. We also know that the council will remain a member of the LGA until at least March 2028. I've checked. There is therefore no urgency that requires full council tonight to make a decision before all the relevant information is available. Our amendment simply asks that members are provided with the full assessment of costs, benefits, services received, policies influenced and implications of withdrawal. I would have thought that every councillor, regardless of their political party, would want to be informed about that before they make their final view. The Local Government Association, Mr. Mayor, is a non-political organisation. It's supported by all the major parties, Conservative, Labour, Lib Dems and Reform UK councillors, all participate in the work. Indeed, all those parties maintain a political group office at the LGA HQ, which Councillor Gullis was railing against recently. The LGA structure also provides for the importance that local authorities can have a collective voice, and participating in the LGA conference this week is a way of bringing that voice together, learning from others, and also making policy decisions. And yet it's called a jolly. And yet I've been sick today of the posts of Reform councillors from Bournemouth. One of them, Martin Murray, the leader of the county council, giving a good statement about why the LGA was so important. And I'm sure Councillor Finn Swain has done a graphic about that. Yes. A useful tool he uses. But let's get to the point of this. Members of this council from all political backgrounds have benefited from LGA training and development opportunities over many years. And that's why we declared an interest in this group. And I think there should be some members also of the Reform group, because I was sitting next to them, in front of them or behind them, at an LGA training session at Staffordshire County Council on scrutiny training. For them not to now, if they don't declare that, then I think that is a disgrace. If they make the decision to vote against this amendment. So I think, Chair, we've had much discussion about the HQ as Councillor Gullis. He was just short of making the allegation of this rooftop bar. And as you can see in our amended statement, the LGA have said that there is not a rooftop bar. My concern is that the council's website still has that. I have raised it with the chief executive a couple of weeks ago. He said he would look into it. I think this council needs to correct that or amend it. Because I think that these clearly been said there is not a bar, because that adds to this unhinged approach to the local government organisation, which I think is based on grudge of some description, but I don't have any knowledge of that from the leaders of the council, and I don't think from the Reform group, because they need, I believe, just like we have, and their new councillors, is to receive those training courses which are part of our LGA membership. That's what brings me to the part of the amendment where we wish to see that officers of this council and members of this council are free to attend those courses, free to attend anything that will advance the cause of Newcastle Borough Council and its policies. So I think that's really important. Conservative group members, I believe, by the Chief Executive, are still able to attend these. We aren't banned like the leader has banned members of his own party and also those officers from attending. What we can do, as long as we remain as LGA members, which I believe is until at least March 2028, is that we will use that and use that for the benefit of our residents. So the amendment asks also for the leaders of the council to publish the recent correspondence from Richard Tice MP to Reform council leaders regarding their continued membership of the LGA. If members are asked to support the withdrawal, they should be entitled to see the wider context and advice being circulated within the leader's own party. So I move the recommendation. It's not binding that we stay in the LGA. It's not binding that we come out of the LGA. It just, as I said right at the beginning, asks for that balanced approach and all the facts to be given in that cabinet report so that we can then make a balanced decision. It's not a partisan position as well, even though Councillor Gully seems to make it. It's about good governance. And this council has used the LGA over many years, and I think it will be reflected in the officers' report to Cabinet to benefit on many issues, and hopefully that will come through in the report. So I move the recommendation and commend members to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Tagg. Councillor Wheeldon, would you like to second the amendment, please?
With relish. One of the things that Councillor Tagg referred to was Councillor Martin Murray, 7th to 9th of July, attending the LGA conference in Bournemouth. One of the things he said, and there was a 5-minute presentation by him on social media, whereby one of the things that he hailed, apart from the LGA being the best thing since sliced bread, was let the people speak. That ties in with everything that's been tried to be curtailed throughout in everything that's gone before this chamber today or this evening. He also sponsored greater support of the LGA with, I think it's quite right that I believe that Newcastle residents actually paid for his attendance at the Bournemouth conference. So with that and Richard Tice, it seems that these fish on the opposite side are swimming in the wrong way up the stream compared to the rest of their party who support it. If we look at the engagement profile, if you look at the engagement profile of people who've actually got involved with Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough Council from Newcastle-Under-Lyme, for £12,145 membership, we get ad hoc and bespoke support April 24-25, September 24-25, October 24-25. I can go on and on. And that's tailored support for councils to respond to local challenges, complex issues and new roles and responsibilities. Training and development in May 26 and May 27, all scheduled. Training and workshop for councillors and officers on areas such as governance, chairing skills and election scenario, planning, including all sorts of support. Annual assurance support discussions, October 24-25 and August 25-26. So there is lots available. Having since the last 7-8 working days, I've attended 5 committees, and I've seen people really working really hard to try and get to grips with chairing meetings or participating in them. Not because they're bad people, not because they're not bright. It's just that they haven't done it before. Let's just remember a lot of my friends on the opposite side of the chamber were paper candidates, including yourself, Mr. Mayor, as I'm told. If we look at other things that they can do to help is in governance. Excuse me, shall I stop while you talk?
Just for the record, Mr. Mayor, I'll say it was embarrassing that we won if we were paper candidates.
Can we just add an extra 20 seconds for this, please? Governance assurance and finance support in how to deal with things like that. Research and data. Leadership, which might be a good one to actually offer for this group. Workforce and HR support and cyber and digital and technology. Joint inspection teams, planning and transformation. All that is on offer to people. On offer to people, not non-political, non-partisan, and it's on offer until the contract expires in 28. Why start tub thumping about it now? It's ridiculous. Can I just congratulate the leader of the council on his performances, which are worthy of Westminster proportions, but they're hardly fit for this small chamber. They're very good, they're very loud, but loud doesn't always mean correct, and loud doesn't mean that you are better than or more informed than or more correct than. So thank you, Mr. Gullis, but tone it down a little. It's not Westminster. You might be flexing your muscles to try and get back there, but just tone it down for us. Yeah. And I support this motion, this amendment to this motion wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeldon. Councillor Gullis, do you consent to the amendment?
Absolutely not. Over my dead body would I ever accept this amendment.
Councillor Shaw, do you consent to this amendment?
No.
Members, there is no agreement to the amendment, the original motion, so we must now debate and take on a vote whether or not to amend the original motion. Do any members wish to speak on the proposed amendment? Councillor Fear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Tempus fugit, as the Romans said, so I shall try to be brief. The interesting question that comes to my mind is, when is patience a virtue and when is it not? We've had action, we've had waiting, now we've got action again. It's curious, there's no consistencies there, I'm afraid. It's whatever the fancy takes us. Let's shoot from the hip. Now, I'm happy to agree that when I first became a councillor a long time ago, I worried a lot about the LGA. It seemed to me to be exactly as was presented to us, although I'm afraid Mr. Gullis reminds me in many ways of a badly poured pint. There's lots of froth, but not a lot of beer at the bottom. But here I think we do need to know what we get for our money, because some of these things are actually quite expensive when we need them, and consultants cost an awful lot of money. So if we have a hard legal problem or we have a hard planning problem and the LGA can provide us with backup there, it's worth having a cost-benefit analysis to see where we are. Just saying, oh, it must be, and sort of going on about how it's awful and expensive and all of this. Let's see the facts, because I'm not sure that the facts will fit this shoot from the hip approach. Also, I think, there's a little bit of showboating here. I don't know if any of the officers up there, Mr. Mayor, can help us here. When can we leave the LGA? We can't. My understanding is we cannot leave it tomorrow, just like that. And therefore, as Councillor Taggart said, there is time to produce a cost-benefit analysis, which we can sit down with. Well, so he said, oh, well, I know I'm going to go. Sorry, but patience was a virtue. Was that 30 seconds ago, maybe? I do wish the councillor would actually be consistent, because he's not, is he? He just, as fancy comes, no doubt I'll be told in a moment I've got prearranged lines. Actually, look, no hands. I really don't have any prearranged lines, and that's becoming a cliche in one meeting. So, simple question, Mr. Mayor. When can we leave the LGA? Can an officer give us a date as to when that can happen?
Thank you, Councillor Fear. As both Councillor Hagg and Councillor Gullis have noted, there is a report coming to Cabinet on this. There is a terms and conditions for the LGA. Members have asked us to engage with the LGA on challenging that, and that will form part of the report.
We don't.
Councillor Shaw, do you wish to speak? Councillor Gullis, do you wish to speak?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to. I've thoroughly enjoyed, Mr. Mayor, the LGA press release that I just heard from Councillor Wilden and Councillor Tagg in defence of it. It's incredible to see just how much of a vice grip this Blairite quango has on our Conservative group. The idea that none of our officers have the relevant experience or training to be able to train people without having to get the LGA. The fact that it was omitted by the Conservatives, I assume inadvertently, that when you pay your membership, you also then have to pay for the training conferences on top. So it's not trainings aren't free. You still have to pay for those. And who marks whose homework? No one's been honest about the fact it's councillors doing peer mentoring, which we found out Councillor Tagg is on the programme for, and I'm sure his defence of the LGA will give him some more LGA gigs soon to help line his pockets. But the truth of the matter is, when Councillor Tagg used around £1,200 of taxpayers' money to go on 5 train trips down to the LGA Neighbourhoods Committee, I still can't find a single thing of any single benefit that came to the people of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough off the back of it. The truth of the matter is, it was just an exercise assignment, Miss Councillor Tagg, enjoying that rooftop terrace maybe, or enjoying having a swan around Westminster, dreaming of what could have been had 2024 not been the disaster that it once was, as it was. The truth of the matter is, this organisation does not provide any benefit. And when I ask the party opposite, point to me across Newcastle-Lyme Borough, one thing that the LGA single-handedly delivered or you couldn't have done without. The truth of the matter is, they can't, because when I asked the officers that question, they couldn't give me the answer to that too. I have no interaction, no relationship with the LGA. I never met with them when I was a member of Parliament. The truth of the matter is, I simply don't think that we should just carry on paying subscriptions blindly to things, because that's the way we've always done things. The idea is the system is broken. Britain is broken and it needs reform, which is why Reform UK was elected so overwhelmingly. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Mayor, the truth of the matter is that we don't need, there's no contract. There's no contract that we've signed with the LGA. In fact, there was no decision-making process annually by the former leader of the council, Councillor Tagg, to re-sign up to our membership every year. No, there was no cabinet meeting to determine whether or not we should remain it. They were just handing money over fists without even counting the pennies, because they didn't care about the taxpayers of Newcastle-Lyme Borough and the money that was going out. And it's not just that, because I've also ended our membership to some things. Don't use AI, Councillor Wilden. Don't anyone use their phones to have a search of this. If anyone can tell me what the APSE is, or anyone can tell me what the Barnsley MBC Industrial Community Alliance is, or anyone tell me who the local councils network is, I will be astounded, because there is more money. 8,000 for one, 3,900 for another, and 3,600 for another. So thousands of pounds annually that we were paying out the door. And no one was asking questions about what these organisations did, whether officers engaged with them, what value do they bring to the taxpayer, and fundamentally, what difference do they make. And Councillor Tagg wants to berate me, a Reform UK-led councillor, because I want to leave the LGA. Tell that to his Conservative colleagues in Bromley, because they left 10 years ago. And guess what the Bromley leadership told us? They told the Chief Executive of this council they haven't noticed a single bit of difference to their lives. In fact, the irony is when the LGA is given money by central government, They had to still give it to Bromley, even though Bromley weren't members under the terms and conditions of local government. So if Bromley's allowed out, if Conservative-run Bromley's allowed out, why can't Reform UK-led Newcastle-Lyme Borough leave? Is Councillor Tagg going to attack his colleagues in Bromley? Is he going to call the Conservatives there that they don't want transparency and accountability? Is he going to demand that they rejoin? Because if he's going to virtue signal to me, then he better hold his own Conservative colleagues to account. And he says that I've taken a different position to some in Reform UK. Yes, I have. And that's called standing up for what you believe in. Something Councillor Tagg earlier accused me that I lacked. But irony is I'm standing here doing something that others may disagree with in Reform. But I'm doing that because I'm putting the taxpayer of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough first and foremost.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. The proposed amendment has been moved and seconded and debated. Councillor Tagg?
Yes, it's just I have the right to reply at the end, don't I? And we're going to persist with this amendment. And I'll go back to what I said about we need to have the facts before us, not just the grudges of the leader of the council, which clearly he's got. He's brought out some more information which we didn't know before about now reviewing other subscriptions. Well, why didn't he approach that as we're reviewing all subscriptions to outside bodies? He didn't mention the Local Government Information Unit, which is a subscription this council puts out. He hasn't had the sort of the vigour and the opposition towards that. I wonder why. LGA is about collaboration, and I think as a council, we should be collaborating and ensure we get the best for our residents. And that's what the LGA, membership of the LGA does, and what other councils across this country, whether they're Reform, Labour, Lib Dem, or Conservative, or even Independent, I forgot to mention those because there's an independent group as well, are signed up to the LGA. So this group will be supporting our amendment, and obviously we await the Chief Executive's report with interest.
Thank you, Councillor Tagg. The proposed amendment has been moved, seconded and debated. We need now to take a vote on whether or not to amend the original motion as proposed. All those in favour? All those against? The amendment to the motion has been rejected.
The motion.
Councillor Gullis, can you speak on the motion, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, I can speak on the motion. We talk about collaboration. The irony is here with the Article 4 direction, it was a simple idea I had, something that maybe Councillor Wildon's been using. I simply put into Google tackling HMO's best examples of local authorities. And lo and behold, a long stream of ideas from different local authorities came up. And there is the Article 4 direction. And it was actually linked to then Brighton Hove Council. So you delve into it, and then I see that in Durham, Reform UK-led, that they are also doing the exact same thing. In fact, it's just come into enforcement. So what did I do? I called up and researched a bit of what the councils were doing. Officers very kindly used their time to contact the officers at those local authorities to understand what was going on. Collaboration happened, and we didn't need the LGA. And lo and behold, we're going to have a policy that even the Conservative side earlier on said was a good thing to be bringing in. So this goes to show I don't need to go and spend my time, send officers or councillors. And by the way, Councillor Tagg, none of my councillors are told that they can't go to the LGA. They would rather, however, spend their time in the communities they live in and that they serve, because that's where they want to spend their time, their energy is hanging out with their voters to deliver, not spend as Councillor Wildon's doing 5 visits to different committees, more talking shop after talking shop after talking shop. It's an unbelievable amount of talking shops. and support groups and advice and all the other nonsense that the LGA push out, but actually doesn't deliver anything of any substantial value to the people of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough. The reality is, Mr. Mayor, this is just a way that councillors get to fill their pockets, and I have the proof. After committing a freedom of information request to the LGA, asking specifically about the now former deputy group leader of the Conservative group, Councillor Abby Brown, based in Stoke-on-Trent City Council, I asked specifically how much she had earned through peer mentoring and peer reviewing alongside the money that she earned, as a vice chair and a chair of various committees. And would you have it believed that Councillor Brown has made a grand sum, albeit omitting the 23-24 financial year because the accounts aren't published, £121,597.42 from 2019 to 2026. That is an extortionate amount of taxpayers' money that has gone in the pockets of another local councillor, and that is taxpayers' money from Newcastle-Under-Lyme that is of no benefit to the residents of Newcastle-Under-Lyme. And this is what it is. It's a minority of councillors who, like Councillor Tagg, get on some peer support, peer review programme that get to fill their pockets, and it doesn't do anything to the benefit of the residents of this borough. We have officers. They can contact other officers. We're councillors. We can contact other councillors. It's called using your own intuition when it comes to wanting to get things done and engage and see best learning. I don't have to go to some fancy, over-expensive Westminster-based office to hang around and pretend that I'm somehow in the House of Commons. I'd rather do that, Councillor Wilden, right here, today and going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Councillor Shaw?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We're now open to debate. Councillor Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to speak in the debate. We talk of cancelling subscriptions. I can cancel my TV licence now. I no longer need to watch the late night debates in the House of Commons on a Wednesday because I get that entertainment for free. That atmosphere right here in our debating chamber. I think it's poor form to attack people who aren't present, but I happen to know that the member, the councillor representing Mere Park, will be delighted that she continues to live rent-free in the Leader of the Council's head. The Leader of the Council is also right. He's correct that Councillor Tagg is held in incredible esteem by members of his group. He is universally popular, and I think he could learn something from Councillor Tagg about commanding the confidence of your own group. The Leader of the Council, here's a general point. I appreciate it's late for philosophy, but here's a general point. The Leader of the Council has made public his desire for Newcastle Borough to be a flagship reform council. But I wonder how he squares that ambition with motions like this, which did not form a part of his election platform. We've heard they seem to run counter to the national goals of the Reform Party leadership. We still haven't heard what assessment the leader has made of his party's leader in Staffordshire, who has been thrilling us all with his social media tales of his adventures at LGA conference. And it seems to me, with what we've seen tonight, Mr. Mayor, that this council is less like a flagship and more like a loose cannon. But the logic of the leader's earlier argument is sound. If he could prove to us that a reform-led borough is stable, credible, and a council that delivers common sense policies and excellent services at low cost to the taxpayer, it would be a marvellous advert, wouldn't it, for getting electors in Staffordshire to vote reform again at future elections. But so much of the way that the leader is actually steering this authority, Mr. Mayor, as we have seen tonight, is the garrulous, high-wire political theatre we've all come to know and love from Councillor Gullis. I am put in mind, I'm not going to stop, Mr. Mayor, this is fine. I am put in mind of the time that Theresa May declared her election slogan would be strong and stable. Here's the thing about being in politics. It's the same as it is in marketing. It is entirely better if you possess the qualities that you say you are going to have. It is the Ron Seal test. You choose what you put on the label. If your product doesn't do what it says on the tin, your customers are going to go elsewhere. You cannot credibly set out your stall as a safe pair of hands, sculpting an exemplar model Reform UK authority, and then at your first opportunity, go full Zuckerberg, move fast and break things. Colourful personality politics and experimental risk-taking are very on brand for the leader, but I wonder how many of his group are completely allied to this particular piece of eye-catching adventurism, which, if it is not an obvious early success, is hazardous to this council's good governance and to their own reputation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Simon Tagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our group will be voting against this motion tonight because we don't have the information which we were requesting in our. We want the chief executive's assessment of it and of the balances of being in and being out. It's a bit like the EU, isn't it? It's more difficult to leave the LGA than it is the EU. But I would say when Councillor Gullish talks about Article 4 directions, and you look at Hansard, which is better than AI. He never even raised Article 4 directions in any point that he was in Parliament. And now suddenly Article 4 directions are his friend. Well, this council has already had Article directions before, as you said earlier. And this council last September passed a motion to investigate Article 4 directions that now Councillor Gullish is reaping the benefit of. So that's ridiculous. One thing I think I need to clarify on behalf of Councillor Wielden, when she said she'd been to 3 or 4 committees this week, she'd been to licensing subcommittees. And she had the vice chair of the, I'm going to say it, she had the vice chair of the licensing subcommittee, Councillor Jellyman, not being able to chair a meeting. So it suggested that she should have some training, and we gave her the LGA details so she could get some, because LGA do some really good vice chair training. You can come back if you want in a minute. But that also, Councillor Wielden has to go to every meeting because the chair of the licensing committee has not been to any subcommittees yet. Daytime meetings, we know, but if you're taking on the role, you've got to do the role, haven't you? So I think that scrapping those subs earlier is going to have a repercussion, isn't it, as well, because it means more pressure on the chair and vice chair of the licensing subcommittee to turn up. So Councillor Wielden was not talking about going down to the LGA or doing courses at the LGA. She was representing her residents on a committee and being asked to chair every blimmin' meeting because your members weren't up to it. So I think training is needed. So let's move back to the case in point. We need more information. We will not support the motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Tagg. Councillor Jellyman.
Thank you for the name check, Simon. It's very interesting. Yes, I did chair a meeting. I hadn't chaired a meeting like that before. I did take it on the chin. The idea was by Nesta, she said that we would sit in with people who'd had more experience, who could actually, so that we would get a feel for the first meeting. When I got there, the other 2 members sort of went, Pam, you're on. Well, that's fair enough. I don't mind doing it. She then recommended to me that I went into the LGA website, which I did. And the first thing that it said to me to do, was to read the constitution of your council, which I had looked at previously. And what was happening in the subcommittee, it didn't really tally. But that was where I had to come to, was our constitution, to get how to chair a meeting. I then went further on in the LGA, and as I said to Councillor Wielden the other day, when I looked at it, it was like something, a workbook that you would have given to maybe a 13-year-old with ruled lines, imagine you're this. And that was my only experience of it. And I decided that the constitution, our constitution, was very, very helpful. And I've got a lot to learn. I admit that I have. I've chaired, I think, 2 so far. 1 because I couldn't, because I got bad voice. I've got 1 on Wednesday, and they were scheduled apart from 1. I was scheduled because I volunteered to do it. So thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Councillor Jellyman. Members, I now ask you to vote on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. What a cheap shot from Councillor Tagg there against Councillor Jellyman. Shameful at the end of the day. We all know which Jellyman he's really fighting there, the one that handed his backside to him in the local election on the 7th of May. And that's the son of Pamela Jellyman, Daniel Jellyman, who I'm proud to call a friend. And is a fantastic Reform UK group leader over in Stoke-on-Trent City Council. Let's be perfectly clear. They can heckle and scream and shout. They've all declared their interest. They've all shown who they're working for. They're working for them. we in Reform are working for you, the people of Newcastle-Under-Lyme Borough, with the fact that they are putting the LGA's own press releases into every aspect of their speech. It is utterly shameful. Not once did they answer the fact that the bloated bureaucracy and the bloated costs of this thing is a bad thing. Not once did they question that only 51% of members said it was good value for money. Not once did they even answer who is APSE, who is Barnsley MBC, who is Local Council Network. The truth is they don't know, but they're happy to fork out nearly £20,000 of taxpayers' money and turn a blind eye to it without even knowing if it constitutes a benefit. And as for Councillor Holland, I had respect for him until that last contribution, where the whole point, and someone like he should know, having worked for an MP and been a councillor for a long period of time, that the system is broken. And to say that the way to fix the system is to remain part of the system and just follow the line because that's what everyone else does without trying to think outside the box is not how the great inventions of the world were created. The great inventions of the world were created by people thinking outside of the remit. And I am going to be a flagship Reform UK-led council because we are going to do things differently. And when it comes to the elections, we'll find out the answer whether or not we have delivered high-quality services, whether we have delivered low tax rises, whether indeed we have done any of the things, because the truth of the matter is you can pontificate, you can posture, you can pretend that you are all-seeing, all-knowing. You can lay out the idea that somehow you're perfect, but no one's buying it. We're demonstrating we're doing things differently and people are liking what we're doing. So you keep going and pandering to the Lib Dems and to the left Labour Party with your views and be the consensus of the establishment that continues to ruin and wreak havoc on our nation. Reform UK is going to act in the interest of these people, the people that we serve. And we're going to work damn hard to make sure that when it comes the next election, you see us back on this side of the chamber.
Members, I now ask you to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour?
It's not amended, it's just the motion.
Oh, sorry, it's just the motion. Against? Motion's carried. Members, we need to be quick on this one. Because the cameras are off in 5 minutes. Members, the next agenda item is number 11. Members' questions. I've received one question for the leader and the cabinet members. These can be found on page 245 of your agenda pack and will be shown on the screens. I will ask the leader of the all relevant cabinet member to respond to the question as shown, which I will then ask the member to submit the question if they have a supplementary question. Could I remind members that they have a supplementary question? It must be a question, not a statement, and it must be concise, focused and relate to the subject matter of the initial question and answer. The first question is from Councillor Sue Beeston regarding the Conservative Advisory Working Party and is on the screen. Councillor Gullis, your response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Beeston, for your question. I'll be straightforward. It is my intention not to simply just to pause the Conservation Advisory Working Party, but to end it. Heritage protection in this borough is not delivered by a monthly meeting. It's delivered by rigorous expert statutory scrutiny of every application that affects a listed building or a conservation area, and that continues in full regardless of whether this panel exists. Conservation Advisory Working Party was an advisory body only. It commented on applications. It never had decision-making power. That power sits and will continue to sit with the Planning Committee and with officers under delegated authority informed by our Conservation Officer and, where required, by Historic England. I don't believe a parallel advisory forum on top of the statutory process justifies the officer and member time it takes up.
Thank you, Councillor Gullis. Councillor Beeston, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask who's carrying out the work that the Conservation Advisory Working Party have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Beeson. As I said earlier, that will be with the Planning Committee, with officers under delegated authority informed by our Conservation Officer and, where required, by Historic England.
Oh. Members, agenda item 12 is our next item. To receive petitions from members, I have not been made aware of any to be handed in this evening. Members, I have one item of urgent business for the appointment of the Interim Service Director, Legal and Governance Monitoring Officer, Olwyn Brown. Councillor Gullish, would you like to move the motion?
Propose. Indeed, Mr. Mayor. I'm seconding, Mr. Mayor.
Would any members like to speak? Can we go straight to a vote? Unanimous, thank you. The monitoring officer can now return.
Okay, just need to wait for the meeting to be formally ended, please. Thank you.